call this meeting to order at 5 o'clock. Do we have any public comment?
No.
Oh, I forgot roll call. Trustee Brooke Malliot.
Here.
Trustee Laura Guerrero-Salgado.
Here.
Trustee Lillian Foya.
Here.
Trustee Anthony Fuentes.
Here.
And I am here, and we have no public comment. Do I have a motion to adjourn to closed session?
This is Laura. I move that we adjourn to closed session.
Do I have a second?
I'll second it.
First is Laura, second is Lillian. Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? We'll now move to closed session. now reconvene to open session. We will begin with the pledge to the flag, which this month is Ms. Lillian, Ms. DeBoer.
Thank you. Okay, I would like to invite Isabel Velasquez up to the podium to lead us in this evening's flag salute. Before she starts, I'd like to share some kind words from her principal, Mrs. Melissa Mabry, that has shared some very nice comments. Imelda Velasquez is a creative, driven individual known for her dedication to her passions and her strong sense of community. Currently serving as Eisler Elementary ASB president, she has demonstrated exceptional leadership skills and a commitment to making a positive impact among her peers. Isabella is often recognized for her ability to bring creativity and careful planning, whether she's working on art projects, helping to organize school events, or supporting her classmates. Her commitment to teamwork has led her to work on projects that amplify voices and build understanding, marking her as a positive and active leader at her school. Isabella, you are awesome. Will you please lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
Thank you. Everybody please stand up. All hats, hoods, and beanies off. Salute, pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. You may be seated.
Oh, the picture.
Picture.
Congratulations, thank you for being here. Good job, Isabel.
Oh my gosh, Eric, it's like my first graders, and you're fine. I just don't want to trip you. That was so good. Thank you.
And 1, 2, 1.
Moving on to item C3, report of closed session. During the recently concluded closed session, the board voted to reject the claim of damages in 5-4-24 AG versus BCSD. The vote was unanimous. Moving on to item C4, public comment. To our visitors. Members of the public may request that an item be placed on the agenda of any regular board meeting. The item must be directly related to school district business. Items placed on the agenda by the public will be for information and discussion so that the board may be advised of the views of the community. Individuals may address the Board of Education by completing the form provided at the door and submitting it to the administrative assistant prior to the start of the meeting. In order to run an efficient meeting, the board is not able to take questions or comments from the floor. The total time allotted for an individual to speak to an item shall not exceed 3 minutes and shall not exceed 15 minutes on any one subject. In order to ensure that non-English speakers receive the same opportunity to address the board, any member of the public who utilizes a translator shall be provided twice the allotted time to address the board. Our first speaker is Cecilia Delgado, and Amparo, you're on deck. Cecilia? Is she in the other room? This sounds like it's Cecilia Delgado. Okay, moving on to Amparo. Amparo. After Amparo, I have Marisela Delgado.
On the outside of the, no?
After Marisela, I have Ariela Torres. Oh, yay, we found one. Okay. what was your name, ma'am?
I'm the second speaker you called.
Amparo?
Yes.
Awesome.
So, last meeting we were here, and our problem got resolved halfway. And we're still in the same situation with the school bus stop for elementary school students. Elementary students got moved to, it's a narrow street. It's not safe. It's not safe for them to be loading and unloading in that street. The bus is parking in the middle of the street. They're parking in the middle of the street, leaving gaps to cars to go in between. The bus driver is not getting off and crossing the students. Tammy, the director, instructed the driver not to get off and cross the street. It is the law to get off and cross the students. And you guys are not complying with that. We need our stop back at Hale and Carver. We had no issues last year. I don't know why it got moved. We understand you guys have a new director, but we had no issues with that stop. Why are they doing changes? Tammy, Director of Transportation, was working for Greenfield District, and she's aware already, like if students are walking long distance, walking on main streets, it's dangerous. She already had 2 fatalities back in 2021, and I don't know why she hasn't learned from that mistake, and we're not gonna allow it in this neighborhood. We're gonna be coming until we get our stop back, or until we feel that we have a safe stop for the kids, for elementary students at Poly. And that is it. We need our stop back at Hale and Carver. And they're not complying with the law. They're not complying with the law crossing the students. Look it up, and it's a law to cross students K to 8th grade. And that is it.
Thank you so much. And then were we able to find Cecilia Delgado? Oh, wonderful.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Cecilia Delgado, and I am here to advocate for the same reason that she just spoke about. For many years, my children were part of BCSD, and we never had any issues with the bus transportation. And at the beginning of this year, they did reach out to me, and they said, what can we do to get this stop put back to where it used to be? And I told them, you guys need to do advocacy. They need to find out that it is dangerous. Unfortunately, a couple years ago, they put up a speed sign for 50 miles per hour over on Plants and Hale Street. I have already made several attempts to the city that it needs to be dropped, especially because there is buses that come from Sequoia and also from Poly. Unfortunately, they have not done anything about that. And it's been a huge concern because now that we have the Lotto, there's also new bus routes. And I also had the opportunity to speak to Tammy, and I told her that in the past we never had any issues with the location where the buses were being, where the students were being picked up and dropped off. And fortunately, that location is right across from my house, and I have cameras there. I know that several of my neighbors also have cameras, and that's also for the safety of the students. And now that it's been moved to a different location, we feel that it's been very dangerous because there's dogs, there's homeless people, and there's not a safe place for the bus to park and have the kids load and unload the bus. So I ask that you take another look into the decision that was made, because instead of making it better, it just got worse. And although my students are not at BCSD, like I mentioned, I know I still deeply care for the students in my neighborhood, and I would hate for a fatality to occur. So we just need to address this issue so that everybody, especially the parents, can be happy. Thank you for your time.
Thank you so much. And then Marisela Delgado? And then on deck for our next speaker will be Aurelia Torres.
Buenas tardes.
One second.
Good evening.
Eh, Mi nombre es Marisela Delgado.
I'm Marisela Delgado.
Mi dirección es 3318 Hale Street.
My address is 3318 Haley Street.
Vengo para hablar sobre el problema que hay de donde pusieron la parada de los buses de la escuela Pauli.
I've come to speak of the problem where they position the bus stops for Haley School.
Cambiaron la parada, pero la pusieron donde en un lugar equivocado,
They changed the stop, but they put it in the wrong place.
donde pusieron actualmente la parada de la escuela de la primaria de la Pauli.
Where they put it for Poly Elementary.
En esa calle que es la Brook,
On that street, Brook Street,
hay demasiados perros
there are too many dogs.
y estamos, si nos pueden cambiar la parada a donde era la antigua parada que era en Hale y Carver, la parada,
If they can change it to where it used to be, Haley and Carver.
porque ahí están muy seguros los niños.
There, the children are secure.
La mayoría de las personas que vivimos en esa calle
Most-
tienen cámaras.
Most of the people that live on the street have
Y
cameras.
así cualquier cosa que pase, un accidente o algo, hay donde puedan ver lo que sucedió.
This way, and if anything happens, we can see what happened.
A donde la pusieron actualmente está muy mal en esa parada,
Where they currently placed it is very bad at that stop.
porque del lado hay fil y de los dos lados hay fil y solo hay una línea de casas.
On both sides, there's fields and there's only one lane of homes.
Atrás de donde yo vivo hay muchos homeless.
Behind where I live, there's a lot of homeless.
El problema del miedo que nos da a nosotros de papá, bueno, yo soy abuela,
The problem is it causes us fear. I'm a grandmother.
que los niños se bajen de la parada y no haya quien los recoja, un homeless se va a llevar a cualquier niño, ese es nuestro miedo.
When the kids get off the bus stop and nobody picks them up, a homeless can just grab a kid and that causes fear.
Entonces, eso es lo que estamos pidiendo, si nos pueden regresar la parada al antiguo lugar que era el año pasado.
That's why we're asking if we can return the bus stop to where it used to be last year.
Ok, pues, eso es todo.
That's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Delgado. Our next speaker is Aurelia Torres. And after Aurelia, it'll be Maria Ortega.
Hola, buenas tardes.
Good evening.
It's the same one as this.
Estoy aquí para también por lo mismo.
I'm here for the same thing.
Ocupamos que nos ayuden a que la parada del bus lo muevan a la antigua parada donde estaban.
We need help to move the bus stop to where it used to be.
Por la misma razón que dijo mi compañera, pues no hay espacio, los autobuses se paran en medio de la carretera.
For the same reason, she said there's no space. The buses stop in the middle of the streets.
Y yo tengo evidencias de dónde se pone el autobús
I have evidence of where the bus stops.
y donde no hay mucho espacio donde los niños se tienen que poner para hacer fila para subirse al bus.
And that there's not enough space for the children to line up to get on the bus.
Eso es lo que queremos nosotros. No es, disculpe por la palabra,
This is what we want. No, excuse the word, but
no es porque somos huevonas para caminar,
it's not that we're lazy to walk.
es por la seguridad de nuestros niños.
It's for our children's safety.
Yo tengo una niña de 6 años
I have a child who's 6 years old,
y no la puedo dejar que se venga de la parada del autobús hasta mi casa.
and I cannot let her walk from the bus stop to my house.
¿Y quién me asegura a mí que ella va a llegar?
Who ensures me that she will get home?
Si no, un homeless, un perro lo puede morder y no.
A homeless or a dog can bite her, and no.
Esa es mi preocupación ahorita.
That is my worry right now.
Por favor, les pido, no sé.
Please, I implore you.
Primeramente, Dios, que ustedes nos escuchen y nos ayuden y nos apoyen
God willing, you will listen, help us, support us
para que nos cambien a donde estuvo el año pasado.
to change it to where it was last year.
That's all. Thank you.
That's it.
Thank you so much. Our next speaker is Maria Ortega. And after Maria, it will be Christy Castillo.
I have a question. So is it public comment on the same topic for over 15 minutes.
Buenas noches,
Good evening.
We haven't actually
mi
hit
nombre es
15 minutes.
María Ortega,
My name is Maria Ortega.
tengo 2 niños en la poli,
I have 2 children at Poly,
caminamos mucho, pero la caminada no importa,
We walk
yo
a
los
lot.
llevo a la parada.
but the walk is not what
El
matters.
problema es que hay
the
muchos
stop.
perros,
The problem is there's a lot of dogs.
cada día que los llevamos, que
Every
los
day
llevo,
that I take them,
los perros ya casi se brincan la cerca porque no están ni tan alta, casi a la mitad llegan así.
the dogs almost jump the fence.
Nos
The
da
fence is
miedo.
not so tall.
Los
and
niños tienen
it
mucho
scares
miedo
us.
que se
The children
escapen
are
y
very
nos
scared
muerdan porque son perros bravos.
that they will escape and bite us because they're
Otra
fierce
cosa,
dogs. Another
otra,
thing,
otra cosa es que la acera está bien angostita y,
The area
y
is
hay
very
perros.
narrow.
En la Brook hay muchos perros, tenemos que caminar en la calle.
on Brook, there's a lot of
En la
dogs. We
calle
have to walk
tenemos
on
que
the street
caminar porque los perros sacan la cabeza.
because the
Tenemos
dogs stick
miedo,
their
está
heads out.
angostito.
We are
Y yo
fearful. It's
tengo
very
estos 2
narrow.
niños que todas las mañanas tenemos miedo.
We have 2 kids, and every morning we're so scared.
Tengo que andar con un palito, pero el perro bravo, ¿qué voy a poder hacer con un palito?
I carry a stick, but the dog is fierce. What will a stick do?
Lo mejor que podrían hacer,
The best
hacernos
you
un
can
gran
do,
favor,
Do us
se
a
los
big
pido en
favor.
el nombre de Dios,
I ask you in the name
que
of
nos
God
devuelvan la parada, que es la Carver y la Hill, y si no,
to return the stop
si no
on Carver
quieren
and
allí,
Hale.
que
And if
sea
you don't want it there,
en la Lois y en la misma calle
on
Hill,
Lewis and the same
porque
street Hale.
el bus que lleva a los niños
The bus
se va
that takes
toda
the
la Hill,
kids
dar vuelta toda la Brook,
goes through all Hale, turns
casi
on
cerca
Brook.
está la parada cerca casi de la Cottonwood.
The stop is close to
Entonces
Cottonwood.
está muy lejos.
It is
No
too
es porque
far.
no quiera caminar, a mí me hace bien, soy una persona mayor,
It's not that I don't want to walk.
muy
It does me
mayor.
well. I'm an
No voy a decir
elder
mi edad,
person.
pero soy
I'm
muy
very
vieja.
old. I won't say my age, but I'm
Y
very
para
old.
caminar a mí me gusta caminar.
And for
Ese
walking,
no
I love
es,
to walk.
no es el problema,
That's not the problem.
es miedo
It's fear
que se brinquen esos perros
that those dogs
y
will
nos lleguen a
jump
morder.
and will bite us.
Y la calle, tenemos que caminar en la calle, no en
And
las
we have
aceras.
to walk on the street,
Allí
not on the
caminamos.
lane.
Y
That's
ese
where
es
we
el
walk.
problema que quisiera que por favor nos escuchen.
And that's the problem. I wish
Y
that you
que
would please hear
piensen
us
que no lo hacemos porque somos haraganas,
and think that we're not doing it because
sino
we're
es
being
por la
lazy.
seguridad de los niños.
It's for the children's safety.
Es todo lo que les voy a decir.
That's all I will
Y
tell
por
you.
favor piensen mucho y espero en Dios que
And
nos
be-
ayuden
Please think hard.
por la
and
seguridad de
I'm
todos
hoping
estos
God you will
niños,
help for the safety of all these
porque son
children.
muchos niños.
Because it's a lot of children.
Muchas gracias
Thank you very
y
much.
pasen muy buenas noches.
Have a good evening.
So that is our 5th speaker on this item. We can move on to the next item, or I can take a motion from the board to extend time to the last 2 speakers.
The next 2 speakers are on the same item.
The next 2 speakers are on the same topic. So we have
How many more do you have?
4. We have 5 more public speakers, 2 more on the transportation issue.
I'll move to hear them.
So I have a motion to extend our time for
Second.
2 more speakers. I have a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
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 All those opposed?
Excuse me.
Go ahead. Oh, I'm
Uh,
sorry, I forgot discussion. I
I would
apologize.
recommend that at the beginning that they be informed. This time we didn't, so that they could talk about among themselves and delete 2 of them or
That's a good
whatever the
idea.
time is.
Do we have a process for that?
Yeah, we've done
we
that
used to do
before.
that before.
Yeah, we've done that before where,
We need to
I
look.
think the best thing to do is add it to the script and then organize folks.
As well, as well.
Yeah, that's good. But a lot of people will organize to come, so maybe when they're arriving and we're writing down, because they're numbered.
yeah, when they're
Hey,
here.
You're the 5th
Yeah.
person on this after this. yeah.
That's really helpful. I don't know that
Well, in the
we've done
past,
that since I've
yeah,
been on the board.
we've done that a lot in,
Yeah.
in the past.
In years
Yeah.
past.
In years past. Okay,
Yeah, but it's good that they be informed,
Sure.
when they get here.
yeah, that's a good
Can
point.
they let them know right now that we're gonna go ahead and extend the time? Because,
They should.
no, she's not, she's,
Well, I would just call the next person. So the next speaker is Christy Castillo, and after that will be Adriana Gutierrez.
Hola,
Hola, buenas noches.
Good
Mi
evening.
nombre es Cristi
I'm Christy.
y aquí traigo una hoja firmada por los padres
I have here a page
y los números de
signed by the
teléfono
parents with their phone numbers
sobre que no están de acuerdo con
regarding
la nueva ruta
that they don't agree with the
del
new
bus.
route of the bus stop.
Y pues yo tengo 2 niños, uno
I
de
have 2
kinder y
children,
uno de tercer grado.
one in kinder and one in third
Y
grade.
tengo un bebé
I have
que
a
todos
baby.
los días tengo que estar llevando en mi carriola a traer a mis 2
And
niños.
every day I have to carry him in the stroller to
Y
pick up
son
the
2
kids.
horarios distintos,
And
la
it's 2
hora de
different
irlos a
times
traer.
that I
Y
pick
pues he
them up.
tenido ese problema de los perros, como dicen las
And
demás
I've had
mamás,
that problem with the dogs, like the other mothers mentioned.
que ladran mucho. Y también tengo videos,
I
por
also
si
have video.
quieren se los
If you'd
puedo
like,
mostrar,
I can show it to you.
porque es demasiada la bulla que hacen esos perros.
Because
O sea,
those dogs make
hay
a lot of
de
noise.
todas las razas en esa cuadra de donde pasa el bus.
All the
Y
people
sí es
in the
bastante
block where the bus goes.
de temor, es bastante de
very
temor, porque las
fearful.
personas no tienen un solo perro, tienen de 3,
People don't
de
just have
5,
one dog, they have
y
3 or
los niños,
5.
mis niños como todavía son pequeños se asustan.
And since my kids are very little, they get
Entonces,
scared.
sí me gustaría que tomaran en cuenta
I
ese
would like you to
ese
take
detalle
into
de los perros.
consideration the
El
detail of
primer
the
día
dogs.
del cambio de bus,
The first day the bus stop changed,
habían 2 personas de los mismos encargados del transporte
there were 2
y se dieron
people
cuenta
from
de
transportation
que yo ya
that
no regresé por la misma, sino me fui a dar toda la gran vuelta con tal de ya no volver a pasar
noticed I
ahí,
didn't take the same route, I
porque
took a
sí
longer
nos
route to
asustamos
not pass
mucho.
through there. 'Cause we were
Entonces,
scared.
por amor a los niños, por amor a que ellos, gracias a Dios, están en la escuela echándole ganas, porque mis niños están muy motivados, no han
For the love of
faltado.
the children that they like to be in
Pero
school and
estos
they
cambios
try
sobre el
hard.
transporte es bastante delicado.
But this change in
Entonces,
transportation
ahí
is
sí
very
que con todo
delicate.
el respeto que se merecen y con todo el amor para mis hijos,
With
pues
all
yo
due
sí
respect and all the love for my
también
children,
desearía que nos devuelvan la antigua parada del bus, por
I
favor.
hope you will return the old bus
Y
stop,
si tienen
please.
alguna, quisieran platicar con todos nosotros para buscar una opción sobre dónde está mejor la parada de bus.
And maybe you would like to talk
Nosotros
to us
con todo
about
el
an
gusto
option of where to
estaremos
make the
también
bus stop.
para decidirlo con ustedes.
We would gladly sit and to decide with you.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you so much.
And then we have Adriana Gutierrez. Adriana, and on deck is Lila Perez.
Hola, muy buenas tardes. Mi
Good
nombre
evening,
es miembros de la mesa y público presente. Mi nombre es Adriana
board members
Gutiérrez.
in public. I am Adela Gutierrez.
Soy madre de un niño con el diagnóstico de autismo.
I am a parent of a child with autism
Durante
diagnosis.
los últimos 2 años
During the last 2 years,
he tenido innumerables juntas de IEP,
I've had so many meetings for IEPs,
pidiendo,
asking,
a pesar de las necesidades que mi hijo presenta
even with the needs my child presents
y el progreso que podría alcanzar
and the progress he could achieve
con un apoyo adecuado,
with the proper support,
el equipo de IEP
the IEP team
ha negado su acceso
has denied their access
a un asistente one-to-one,
to an assistant one-on-one
basándose en la discriminación
based on discrimination,
de que mi hijo no tiene autismo severo
that my child does not have severe autism
y no tiene necesidades médicas,
and does not have medical needs,
y que esto podría crear dependencia.
and that this could create a dependency.
El ciclo pasado,
Last cycle,
mi hijo fue colocado en un salón de educación general,
my child was placed in general education classroom,
teniendo apoyo
having support
por 30 minutos
for 30 minutes
en actividades académicas,
in academic activities.
y mi hijo mostró un avance
My child demonstrated advance.
es muy significativo,
It's very meaningful.
pero este año
But this year,
lo pusieron con 3 niños.
they placed him with 3 children.
Un niño tiene comportamientos
One has behavior problems,
y mi hijo está teniendo retroceso.
My child is having a setback.
Él está enfrentando desafíos
He's confronting
para,
challenges
para alcanzar su potencial.
to reach his potential.
Negarle este apoyo
Denying him this support
es limitar sus oportunidades de éxito
is limiting his opportunities to success.
y no le están garantizando
They are not guaranteeing
un acceso igualitario a su educación.
an equal access to his education.
El apoyo one-to-one
One-on-one support
no es un privilegio,
is not a privilege.
es una herramienta
It's a tool
que le permitirá
that will allow him
participar de forma más efectiva.
to participate in a more effective way.
La justificación
The justification
de que puede generar dependencia
that he can generate dependency
no debería prevalecer
should not prevail
sobre la necesidad inmediata de ayudarlo
over the immediate need to assist him
o a enfrentar sus retos actuales.
to confront his current challenges.
Solicito
I am asking
que reconsideren su política
that you reconsider your politics
y proporcionen un asistente
and provide an assistant
que pueda ofrecerle el apoyo necesario,
that will offer the necessary supports.
porque la ley dice
The law states
que ustedes deben proveer FAPE,
that you must provide faith.
y eso es un asistente adecuado
That is an adequate assistant
para satisfacer sus necesidades.
to satisfy his needs.
He tenido demasiadas juntas.
I've had too many meetings.
Cuando inicié este camino en educación especial,
When I initiated the path in the special education,
yo no elegí un diagnóstico.
I did not elect a diagnosis.
No es un orgullo decir que tengo un hijo con autismo,
I'm not proud to say I have a child with autism,
pero he tenido que abogar,
but I've had to implore.
he tenido que ser discriminada.
I have been discriminated.
Se me negó entrar a la escuela
I was denied entrance to the
el primer
school
año.
the first year.
Mi hijo fue víctima de bullying,
My child was a victim of bullying.
mordido,
He was bitten.
envié las pruebas,
I sent the proof.
tengo todo documentado,
I have everything documented.
la solución que me dieron.
The solution I was provided.
Si no le gusta, se puede cambiar de escuela.
If you don't like it, you can switch schools.
Con todo esto he tenido que lidiar
I've had to deal with all this,
y hoy es mi primera vez
and today is my first time
ante ustedes, estimados
before
miembros,
you, dear esteemed members,
y no va a ser la última
and
porque
it will
tengo
not be the last,
que seguir abogando por mi hijo.
because I have to keep defending my child.
Mi hijo no es muy verbal,
My son is not very verbal,
pero mientras Dios me lo permita,
but as God allows me,
yo soy su voz.
I am his voice.
Y he tenido que abogar
I've had to implore
y tener que aprender
and learn
leyes,
laws,
enviar, documentar,
send, document.
porque mi motor es mi hijo.
My motor is my child.
Eso es todo.
That is all.
También tengo otro comentario
I have another comment
sobre los trabajadores bilingües
regarding bilingual workers,
para que se les aumente el sueldo
that you increase their wages
o se les dé un spending
or give them a stipend
por los servicios que tienen
for the services they have.
que agregar
They must add
para ayudar a los padres que no somos, que no hablamos el
to
idioma.
help the parents that don't speak the language.
Es todo. Muchas
That
gracias.
is all. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Ms. Gutierrez. Next is Lila Perez, and on deck is Carrie Wyckoff.
I'd like to start off, I'd like to honor the indigenous ancestors of this region by acknowledging that we are living and working on Yokut's land, and that we, as a BCSD family, acknowledge our Native American indigenous people, not only during Native American month, but throughout the school year. Good afternoon, Honorable School Boards, Superintendent Luque, administrators, and community. My name is Lila Perez. I'm a dual immersion kit teacher at Harris Elementary. I would first like to congratulate Mrs. Lillian Tafoya on her Legacy Award that was presented through California Association for Bilingual Ed. It's an honor for our district. I'd like to start with, I really love this statement. I got this from last year's MLK. And it's a statement by Dr. Martin Luther King. It starts with me to speak up. For all of our kindergarten educators and little ones whom I care for, regarding the district's elimination of kindergarten instructional aids. This is the second time I've approached the board on this topic because it's so important. This was all done pre-COVID, the elimination of instructional aids in the kindergarten classroom. It starts with me to ask if the district has a commitment to laying a strong foundation for our kindergarten students. It starts with choosing the best primary teachers to be assigned to kinder. We are all additionally, we are at all-time high at the school that I am at. I've been at that school on and off for the last 30 years, and we are, when I say all-time high, I'm talking about support staff at the school site. Yet there doesn't seem to be a focus on K academics. And I know when I had a K instructional aid in the classroom, it made a difference, be it 30 minutes. And I know it's not equitable. I know there's some schools that do have K instructional aids in the classroom. I know it has to do with funding. I know it has to do with size of school, student population, how much funds go to that school. But I think it needs to be equitable across the district regarding, our school is small, our budget doesn't allow for instructional aid, but I think it's only fair that doesn't matter what size your school or what your budget is, all kinder should have an instructional aid. It really, really makes a difference. So it starts with me to pose this to the school board trustees, to ask questions before making decisions that impact students and teachers. And this is a PS really quick. I just came off a math PD, and they were doing a review on math. I'm segueing, sorry, but I have to talk about this, is that please, the next math adoption needs to be equitable. It needs to be the same as the English version. Equal and equity and access to our English and Spanish curriculum. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Our next speaker is Carrie Wyckoff, and then our last speaker will be Pam Bauer.
Hello, my name is Carrie Wyckoff. I started my journey with BCSD in September of 1996, teaching math, science, and PE at Chipman Junior High. This is my first board address in those 28 plus years, and thank you for this opportunity. If I remember correctly, I served under 5 superintendents, 3 principals, and more VPs than I can remember. When I remember about the 2 superintendents' administrations was that the first 2, that they were top down. The atmosphere existed that the district office was against the school sites. There was very little consideration on how decisions that were being sent down would look like in the classroom. As I had success in the classroom, I was encouraged by my peers to go to another district. They said the administrations was much better, and I think they even paid a little more at that time. But I liked my principal, and I was treated well, and so I decided to stay. As the superintendents changed, the attitude began to change, and the program specialists and coordinators were reaching out to ask if we needed support. I asked someone about the change, and the program specialist said that they had been told that their job was to support the schools, not reign over them. So comparing the administrations from those first 2, this superintendent and his administration are doing so many things right. They are supporting us in the classrooms with strategies, materials, and encouragement. They understand the challenges that we face with virtual learning caused deficits. The difference between this administration's support and the first 2 I served under is immense. I believe that I would not have continued to teach with the increased difficulties I face in the classroom today had the toxic relationship that came from those first 2 superintendents' administrations still existed. As I finish up my 29th year at BCSD and at Chipman, I wanted to share how fortunate I feel I am to have worked for this organization, specifically for this superintendent. Only the current superintendent has ever asked how things are going and actually wanted to hear the answer. This superintendent asked clarifying questions to make sure he's understood the problem that I was explaining. There is no perfect school superintendent or administrator, but after serving at least 5 superintendents, I am thankful for this one. I am thankful from the top, it is expected that is all hands on deck to improve our students' mastery of the content. I'm thankful for all of the accolades we get when we meet goals like being awarded Distinguished School. I am thankful for the supported guidance when we need to shift to make changing student needs, to meet changing student needs. I am thankful for the attainable goals that are set for student achievement. And lastly, I am thankful for the opportunity to have served the students of BCSD all these years. Thank you, Mr. Lukey, for your administration, for all of these things, and thank you to the board for, by extension, supporting the rigorous work we do in the classroom. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Wyckoff. And last but not least is Ms. Pam Bauer.
Did you want your? No, it's just that. Thank you. You're welcome.
I took the grand tour because I broke a rib. So anyway, that's why I wasn't here last month. Pam Bauer to speak on two things I didn't get last month. And one is breast cancer awareness. All of you ladies, and even some guys, need to make sure you get your mammograms. Early detection saved me. I was at stage 0 cancer, which I didn't even know existed. So get those mammals. And then also, I wanted to be here last month to support Nichols School with the speakers that were here. And like I said, I'm sorry I couldn't make it. But I am here right now primarily to say, thanks, Lillian.
You're welcome.
We are losing a ton of institutional memory when Lillian is off the board starting next month. She has served the district well. I knew of Lillian for quite a few years, and then when I was Beta president, she and I worked together to help a teacher who was being challenged in the classroom doing appropriate work. And she realized that the union wasn't there to look after bad teachers and keep them. The union was there to make sure the rules were followed, because it's important that rules are followed for everybody. Because if they're broken for someone who wasn't necessarily the best teacher, that sets a precedent that they can be broken for anybody. And so, like I said, she and I worked together and successfully eased the teacher out who needed to quit teaching. And I always appreciated her for that, because not every principal would do that. But then when I retired and ran for board in 2010, it was like having a friend on the board immediately. And I've always appreciated Lillian because she listens, she pays attention, and if she disagrees, we can work it out. And sometimes I go, okay, I have to agree with you. And sometimes, okay, she had to agree with me. So, I mean, it was lovely. It was a great relationship. And I know we have a new board member coming on next month. And relatively short-term board members here, but they're all gaining great experience. But I'm sure, maybe I shouldn't say this for you, Lillian, but I'm sure you feel like I did when I came off the board 2 years ago, that if Mark needed to know anything historically, give me a call, not a problem, because I'm really good about what was on with the union since 1969, whether he liked it or not. And Lillian was very good about what's happening with administration, because that was not my expertise, but union is mine. So anyway, I just want to say that the district is going to miss you and your leadership. I've always appreciated you. I appreciated Tom. I came in to talk to him once. I'll shut up in just a minute. And he said, you must be a really good teacher, because I haven't heard any complaints about you. I thought, well, that's good if that's all it takes to be a good teacher. But anyway, I want you to enjoy your retirement. You've earned it. And everybody should applaud her right now.
If you hang out, we'll applaud her more than once. We're going to move on to item C5, which is Excellence in BCSD Employee Recognition Program, which will be Assistant Superintendent Christine Cornejo and Superintendent Mark Lugay.
Thank you. That was very nice.
Where's my camera? Picture. Okay.
this is my favorite part of the evening. We are going to be acknowledging employees from BCSD for their excellence in education. These employees exhibit our district values. And so I would like to start out with the category of accountability and introduce you to our wonderful employees. Please welcome and congratulate Renee Alvarez. She is a CPAL at Wayside Elementary. We also have Tracy Sanders, teacher from Harding Elementary. And moving on to the category of caring, Amparo Gomez, space liaison at Nichols. Brittany Ruffin, teacher at Fletcher Elementary. We also have Anna Rodriguez Fernandez, school secretary at Horace Mann. And Marisol Ante, she is a behavioral intervention specialist at Sierra Middle School. In the category of collaboration, we have Argenis Acevedo, teacher at Mount Vernon Elementary. And David Bishop, teacher at Washington Middle School. We also have Alfred Flores, teacher from Washington Middle School. We have Josefina Lopez, BMA from Special Education. And in the category of equity, we have Aaliyah Bede, Behavioral Intervention Specialist from Williams Elementary. And Tracy Chavez, teacher from Voorhees Elementary. And our last category of integrity, please welcome and congratulate Nicholas Crapo, Director of Information Technology. Congratulations to all of our wonderful employees. You'll join our board up on the dais and be taking a picture. You guys have to come out.
Sorry,
You have to be in the front. You guys are the award winners. You have to be in the front. You have to be in the front. Record. No, you're fine. I know. So you're fine. It's like charity, just.
Squeeze in, squeeze in.
Oh, yeah, I guess we might have to do a third round. You gotta squish.
Everybody pictures.
Smile. Yeah, we need to look at your principal. Someone direct us. Did everyone get it?
All right. Thank you. Thank you. Congratulations. Thank you.
At some point, we're just gonna have to go panoramic.
That was good. Give folks just a second to get
And the boardroom goes empty.
Maybe we'll move some in from the meeting room.
Thanks, Daisy.
Yeah.
Oh, for your mother. It was from everyone.
Moving on to item C6, it is recommended the minutes of the regular meeting on Tuesday, October 22nd, 2024, and the special study session on Tuesday, October 29th, 2024 meeting be approved. Do I have a motion?
I move for approval of the minutes.
Trustee DeFoya makes a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
Is there any discussion? Can I ask you a question? So our presentation from our special session for the budget, is that in the agenda on board docs?
Yes.
Okay, sorry, because I never noticed our meeting minutes were just like, here's who was there. So that's why I asked. All right, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes. Moving on to items D, reports of district organizations. First, we have Labor International's Union of North America, LAUNO, Local 777. Mr. Bob Boyd, President. I really think he's made up. Moving on to item D2, Bakersfield Elementary Teachers Association, President Steve Comstock, let us know he would not be here tonight. So moving on to D3, Classified School Employees Association, CSCA, Chapter 48, President Dinah May Jimenez, are you here? All right. Moving on to items E, the Board of Education. Our first item is board member comments. And tonight we'll begin with Trustee Brooke Malley-All.
Thank you. Good evening, and thank you to the public speakers, and congratulations to the BCSD employees honored tonight for their hard work and dedication. Also, excellent work tonight from our young artists that have helped beautify the walls of the district office for the Fall Art Gallery. If you haven't had a chance to look, please do so. I wanted to give a special thank you to all the families, community members, and elected officials that were present to provide input on the traffic hazards surrounding Roosevelt Elementary this past month. We continue to grieve for the loss of our student, listen to ongoing concerns, and work to find new solutions to ensure student safety. Please continue to help us keep children safe by making sure your phone is powered off when you drive, particularly around school zones where children may not be easy to spot, especially this time of year. The past month, we've had the privilege of attending the Kern County School Board Association dinner. We held a special board study session to discuss the upcoming year, and we've collectively got through another election cycle, although they're still counting the votes. I wanted to take a moment to thank the candidates that ran for the Area 1 seat, even though Lillian is not replaceable, and especially those that chose to sign and uphold the Code of Fair Conduct campaign practices while campaigning. I appreciate those that set good examples, maintain integrity, and chose to exhibit exemplary behavior, because at the end of the day, this is a children's school board. 28 years is a long time to do anything, let alone be an active member of one of the largest school districts in the state of California, so I can't let this moment pass. I'm simply in awe of Ms. Lillian Tafoya's integrity, her compassion, and the grace she's conducted herself with, all while making it appear effortless. I would like to extend my heartfelt gratitude to Lillian Tafoya for her dedicated service on the Bakersfield City School Board of Education. Lillian, for all you've given to your students, staff, and community, you are the gold standard that I will hold myself to in the coming years. Thank you.
Thank you.
I guess I want to start, I can't imagine our board without you on it, Lillian. It's a very strange, surreal thing. And Lillian is this titan. To be in a room with her making decisions, like not just on the dais, but anytime we get to hear from her wisdom, I really go home and think so deeply about the conversations that we have. But for those of you who don't know, when we go out of town to like state and national conferences, people will say, "You're from Bakersfield?" And I will say, "Yes." And they will say, "Do you know the Lillian Tafoya?" And I love that someone who is such a titan in my life is also such a powerful influencer in school boards throughout the country, and made a place for women and women of color to be on boards, because that hasn't always been the normal way of being. And so I just, I think it's just gonna be really hard to not have you on the board. We're gonna call you and harass you all the time, and I'm really sorry about that. I guess I'll talk about a couple other things. Dia de los Muertos, the Children First celebration that they do to support literacy in our local schools, is just one of the neatest things I go to in Bakersfield. Kudos to all of the organizers and all of the donors who are giving back to BCSD schools. Like, it really was such a beautiful night. The next day, my grandmother and I went to a celebration at the shrine for Our Lady of Guadalupe, and the Mount Vernon performers were there from our after-school program, the Ballet Folklorico students, and they were so good. And their music stopped and they kept dancing perfectly on cue. There was a young man singing by himself and the music went out and he kept singing a cappella. They were just extraordinary in every possible way. And I was telling you, I'm on the board for those kids. Like they were my own children. I was just so overwhelmingly proud of them. I was kind of obnoxious about it. And so while I was there, one of the folks said, "Well, there's school performances next week." So I invited myself to that as well. And then I got to see the hip hop dancers and their jazz performers, their modern dance performers, and the Ballet Folklorico again. But as someone who went to Mount Vernon, it was really a bizarre, full circle moment. I actually got kind of emotional when I came in to watch them, because I remember being in here, it's the dressing room and the dais room, and waiting for my turn to run all the way down, we would call it down the hill. So to run down the hill to get backstage to be your turn to go on. And then now to get to sit on this dais, it was, we were afraid to come up to the fancy chairs. I don't know, it was really a special week for me. Just so neat. At our Kern County School Board Association, for those of you who don't know, Lillian also serves on that board. She does everything. She's like Wonder Woman. But she was honored at that event with a resolution from our state supervisors, Baines, and I think Grove and Hurtado also signed that. And so it was really, it's so wonderful. Everywhere we go, everyone acknowledges what a momentous moment it is in BCSD's history. People don't always realize how amazing someone is while they're still around and giving and contributing. And we all know exactly how awesome you are, Lillian. So we're please don't go. I also wanted to give kudos, a lot of our schools on Friday did veteran celebrations and did events last week. They're really beautiful. Even just driving by the schools, I'm like, what's going on there? Which was, I was driving to take a kid home, and Thorner was having their Veterans Day celebration. It was just, even all the kids on the yard, it was just such a neat thing to no, I wasn't there. I was driving by, and it was neat to witness. There's just every day amazing things happening in our district, and it's really cool. I appreciated the person who came and said, like, you know, there's just this system of what are we doing, what is working, how are we supporting each other, and the staff person saying, like, they feel that palpable energy. I'm so glad someone still feels it in November. Everyone just keeps telling me how tired they are, so I'm so glad we still have that positive energy and everything going. October was a hard month, so I'm really glad to be over that hump and bracing for the change that's coming. Change is hard, but it's not always bad, and it's something we weather a lot as a district, and so this storm too shall pass, and no matter what happens at the national level as far as education and stability, we'll find a way to make it work, because that's what we do as a district. So that's all for me. You're next, Mr. Fuentes.
All right, good evening, everybody. Quick recap, I know a few of us have already mentioned it, but a couple things that weren't mentioned was the literacy rally at Jefferson was really awesome. It was really great to see kids excited about reading. It was really something to see, especially as a high school teacher who does not see kids excited about reading very often. But most of my time is going to be dedicated to Lillian also, because being on this board for only 2 years, I can only imagine what you've seen. And I just really want to thank you for being here, for the service that you've done. I want to reiterate what was just said about being at a conference. It's like you're with the cool person in the room, but it's at the whole conference. It's really amazing. You've got style, really. So just wanted to thank you for your service.
It's called years.
Oh. Well, I hope to be that cool someday. Just the experiences, the stories, it's really been invaluable. So wanted to thank you, and I'll leave it at that for now.
Thank you.
Trustee DeFoy, you're up next.
Okay, I know Trustee, our president, said that October was a hard month, and there's been a lot of emotion. And even tonight, I wanted to thank the speakers, but there was a lot of emotion with those parents. I mean, they have a real passion for helping their kids. But I feel really gratified that our superintendent and our administration are working very hard to correct those, and are really listening to our parents, because they only have one child that they're concerned about, or one or two, or anyway, one family. And so I thought that added to some of the emotion again. People are coming to speak to us about things that they really care about, that are really important. So I really wanted, even though they're not here, I wanted to thank the speakers and thank our people for getting back to them. And I'm sure that the bus stops there and the parent with the autistic child, that those issues will be resolved. So thank you. I also wanted to congratulate our awardees. It's nice that they're here being recognized for our values. I was really proud to see them, and I thought back to when the board started with those values, and one of the things that Mr. Lukey said at the CAVA conference was that those values were put in place about 10 years ago, and they're still there. And as I was standing at the art gallery, I looked down at the image that we have there, that circle, and I was almost standing on integrity, and I thought, and accountability, and I thought that, you know, those values are still there, and more I think our people are really following those, that we really need to work on those. The one thing that we've talked about is a lot is the accountability issue too, because it made us sad when we saw the test scores, and you know, Bakersfield wasn't where they need to be, but we've had so many other accolades for so many successes, and Bakersfield has an incredible reputation of support. That was one of the things that one of the speakers mentioned, that when she came on board in 1996, there wasn't as much support for the schools, and the principals do an incredible job, and the teachers and the support staff at schools do an incredible job. And so that's one of the issues that I've worked on as a board member, and it was so great to hear that one teacher compliment Mr. Lukey so highly, and mentioning time and again the support that is given to the staff, because the magic happens in the classroom. And so we have that as kind of a known core value anymore, that it's all about the kids. I wanted to thank Mrs. Mabry for writing up those comments, and Isabella Vasquez for leading us in the flag salute. I chose a child from Eisler because that was my first principalship was at Eisler. So that was kind of nice to go full circle. The Literacy Gala was mentioned also by Dr. Cruz Boone, and I did want to mention that this was initially started by one of our former board members, Andre Gonzalez, who actually started Children's First, and they are the ones that put on the Literacy Gala, which was, it's been exceptional. It is a lovely fundraiser, and it's so great that now books are being given not only to Williams School, but to Jefferson, and they hope to expand that. So those other principals get on the waiting list. Someday maybe we'll be doing that for the whole, that ought to be an awesome event if you do it for all 44 schools. The art gallery tonight was beautiful. I want to thank the teachers, congratulate the students. It was really great. One thing I've never mentioned is that I come from a family of artists, and I do have a brother that has a piece at the Smithsonian. So I will show that photo to my colleagues sometime. Okay, so I know Lila made some really nice comments, and on behalf of the bilingual and multilingual program, I want to thank them for the award that I was fortunate to be a recipient. So Mr. Cejas and Laura, would you convey my appreciation at the meetings? Let's see, I had a couple of other things here. Oh, okay. I really wanted to take the opportunity to thank Andrea and Cindy and Natalie and LaTanya and all the past people in the superintendent's office. They're the ones that really keep all the board members on the straight and narrow, not just me, but they've been our guiding light. And so really want to thank them and of course, under the leadership of our remarkable superintendent, Mr. Lukey. I have faith in this administration that the legacy of excellence will continue. And going back for just a second, I know they're not here, but I wanted to thank all the voters that for 7 terms voted for me, because, you know, this wouldn't happen if they had not been out there. And Beta did also support me, but Steve's not here tonight. So thank you, everybody. Have a wonderful Thanksgiving. And you know what? I'm still part of Bakersfield City School District because I do have a beautiful daughter that is a principal here, so I'm not totally severed. Laura.
Whew. It's been a roller coaster since school started, right? Being excited about the first day of school, and now we're gonna have our actual first break, and I don't watch TV at home. I don't let my kids watch TV. There's so many things going on. Just earlier today, I was doing laundry all weekend, and today I took a break and I got my phone and I got on Instagram. And the first thing I see is that a 14-year-old boy in Santa Clara committed suicide because he was being bullied at school by his classmates because he was homeless. This is a month to be thankful. What are we thankful for? And the truth is that this happens everywhere. And I shared the story with my daughter, and of course she was at school. She says, "Mom, bullying is so normal nowadays, it's sad. But we need to change it." How do we change it? It all starts by, if you see something, say something. You know, there's a school in specific that I continuously see kids calling other kids inappropriate names, and adults are not saying anything. And they should be saying something, because that's how things become normal, right? That's how it becomes accepted. And it shouldn't be that way. It doesn't matter what skin tone, what color you are, what background you are, whether you speak English or you not speak English, it should not be acceptable. And we as adults need to do our part. We don't need to have a policy that says if so-and-so says something, it is our job as parents to educate our kids at home. And when I say educate, it's please, thank you, and I've said it before, con permiso, gracias. But most of all, respect. Respect and accept. And don't judge. You know, this story, I shared it with Mr. Luque a few minutes ago, and it really breaks my heart. Because a lot of stuff can be prevented. But it can only be prevented if we do our part as adults. It can only be prevented if the new normal is zero tolerance. I don't care how small or if, oh, I was just joking. When we're born, we're given a name by our parents, and that's what we should be called. It shouldn't be the N word or the B word or anything else. On another note, I noticed there was CHP present at one of our schools, and for some reason, everybody was driving great today. And she was not letting anybody slide. And I applaud the California Highway Patrol for being out there. You know, I know they were only there for one day, one morning, but it makes a big difference. Veterans Day. Thank you, Mr. Stone. He's not here today. For being there for Washington, and also we had Stern out there marching. Our kids, there's plenty of pictures on Facebook. Please look at those, and I'm glad that our students are part of this, because Veterans Day is a very important day in our year, just like any other holiday. There's going to be several businesses, local businesses and nonprofit organizations that will be giving away turkeys. I have a list on my desk that I forgot to bring to Mr. Luque, and I will share it with him. So if you know of a family that's in need of a turkey, just reach out to the district and we can help them with that. And last but not least, Mr. Foya. It'll be 5 years in February. We've been side by side, you know, me and my crazy questions and learning, and she's been a great mentor. I'm gonna miss you, but I'm gonna be calling you. And I appreciate you taking me under your wing and teaching me right. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, we'll now move on to item E2, which is a superintendent report. There's Superintendent Martinez.
Good evening, everybody. It's the season of thanks, so I'm going to spend a few moments giving my thanks to folks around the district. Before I do that, I want to highlight and emphasize a couple key points, a couple of key data metrics in our district. It is the cold season now, so you know, our attendance, our chronic absenteeism metrics are starting to move in the wrong direction. So I will say this to our staff, that we are currently at 95.1% daily attendance. That's almost a whole percent improvement over last year at the same time, so that's great. Chronic absenteeism is currently sitting at 16.8%. That's about a 3% improvement from last year, so that's also great. But we know that the next couple of months are going to hit us hard because cold and flu comes and other things occur. And so just a reminder to everybody out there who's watching, listening, who hears this, daily attendance matters most. We can't teach if you're not in our seats, and we can't give you the services you need if you're not here at school as well. I do want to just mention to everybody in the room and out there in the World Wide Web that a very important date is upcoming in December the 3rd. It is our annual Teddy Bear Picnic hosted by our foundation. It's an opportunity for our Ed Foundation to recoup dollars to donate back to our classrooms through teacher grants. And so again, I know every year we call upon our school sites and our departments to donate a basket, and it's always a wonderful event. And I want to say thank you to LaTanya Thompson, who is the everything, do everything, be everything for that event. Without LaTanya, that event could not take place. So thank you, LaTanya. Yes, yes. So thank you. I also want to say thank you to all our public speakers. I appreciate the fact that people come to the podium each month, offer their perspective and opinions on things, and speak their truth. And to me, it says that we are an agency that listens. Otherwise, they wouldn't come; they disengage. And so appreciate that. We will work to resolve the concerns and challenges and effectively communicate with our public speakers. Personally appreciate Mrs. Wyckoff's comments. This job is not easy. We all go through seasons of challenge, and it's been a rough season and a rough set of challenges, but I appreciate those comments. I also want to say thank you to April Fox. She's in the room today, and April sent me a card of thanks and appreciation, and that too really touched me, so appreciate you for doing that. Tonight I'm going to ask Dr. Fullenweider to come up in a moment to offer additional perspectives and comments related to our mental health supports and continue our conversation from 2 months ago. I have much more to say about Lillian, but I'm going to hold that until the next agenda item. But I do want to echo the comments of our trustee Laura Guerrero Salgado in that we are entering into the season of holiday. And for many of us who have families, close friends, we have traditions that we go to and take part in. And a lot of our families have needs. And so I just want to remind everyone how thankful and how appreciative we should be for all of our support services that our district offers. I want to thank the board for their commitment to the services that we offer through our LCAP plan. I want to thank our staff who regularly and routinely are working well beyond their hours, working on Saturdays, providing programs to students, going above and beyond, unlike other districts. I'm not here to compare us, but if you survey across our local community, very few organizations do the before school, the after school, the Saturday, the late night things that we do. That's a collective team effort. And I'm so thankful and appreciative that this staff, this team, all 4,000 plus of our team members who every day come to work to our perfectly imperfect organization as we strive to get better every single day to educate the children that we have the privilege to serve. And as I've been talking with my cabinet team and my senior leadership team, we have a tremendous amount of work to do. We need to evaluate the level of effectiveness of all of the academic programs we offer to our students, because it's simply not translated into success the way we need it to. Not in terms of a data point, but in terms of high school readiness. Our kids must be better prepared for high school. The 37% of Kern County students who graduate A through G compliant is simply not good enough. And it starts with us. We educate the greatest number of students who matriculate into Kern High School District. It is on our shoulders that we prepare our students at a much higher level of readiness to be successful in high school. And that's whether they go to college or career. And as I translate or transfer to Dr. Fullenweider, I will just segue with this. We continue to experience an elevated need in junior highs and middle schools around mental health supports. And again, I am thankful to our Board of Education, who a few years ago took these steps to assign one full-time mental health therapist at every one of our junior highs and middle schools to better meet the needs of our students. And with that, I'll turn over to Dr. Fullenweider.
Good evening, board, cabinet, and audience. This is a continuation of our discussion from a couple of months ago. And so we brought forward some data for you on mental health supports. There's quite a bit of data in here, so I will go and review them. Please, at any point, stop and ask me any questions. But before I begin, since I'm up here at the microphone and Lillian, I just want to thank Lillian. She was my principal at Eisler, and many people's. But I remember at one point when I became a principal in this district, I received a card from Lillian in which she presented me a note that I had written her in the 2nd grade, and then a wonderful encouraging message, you know, to say congratulations on being a principal. And for somebody to have kept a note for that long and then be thoughtful enough to give it and present it back really says a lot about Lillian's just character as a leader, and what she means, I think, to people in this community, including myself. So I just want to say thank you, since I get to be up here. So yeah.
You were a good student.
Well, thank you. Thank you. Lillian did. I'm up here because of love. Anyway, so we'll begin with some behavioral health therapist data. So these are the individuals, again, that Mr. Lukey just referenced, placed at each middle school. So what you see in front of you are the total referrals that have been referred to our BHTs by school site, including pending referrals and then referrals with outcomes. Referrals with outcomes mean that they are either actively being served or they've been supported in some way, or they could have even declined services going forward. So those 252 that you see as referrals with outcomes, then those outcomes are listed below. So we did have 42 families across the group there who have declined services. I was recently asked why are people in some cases declining services. The response that I get from the therapists are that one, there is still a stigma related to mental health, and oftentimes the parent isn't the referring person, so when they're approached, sometimes there's a stigma or a reason why they don't want those services, and that's generally the reason that's there. The second reason is that there's a denial that there's any kind of concern that's valid that needs to be addressed. So, and then the third is oftentimes that they wish to not seek help from the school, that there's a stigma sometimes associated with that, but wish to seek help from another organization or another place, or handle it in their own way. So we do have sometimes where we're unable to reach parents, where they're just simply not responsive, as you can see. There are sometimes when things that are referred to the therapist are a much lower level than the therapist normally would deal with, and those can be referred out to other support staff, as you see there. In some cases, they're referred to ERMS. I'll talk about ERMS. That's a special education service, so it was better to be provided there. Other times, there are already providers in place. So one of the tenets we do kind of operate under is that it's not good to have multiple therapists serving someone. There's an ethical issue there. So if they already have a therapist in place, then we want to make sure that they're receiving that support there. And then sometimes the parent will request, after doing an intake, that they would rather be served by an outside provider, and there's that linkage that happens. So, but then current open cases, you'll see there's 108 open cases that the therapists are working with directly at school sites. And those are ongoing cases that they are meeting on a regular basis with the student or the family.
Can I ask a quick question?
Yeah, please.
I was just curious why the numbers for the referrals to the ASSW, which I believe is a social worker, why are those so low, just considering how many schools and there's only 6? Is it, I don't know if you could just explain the process of how.
Yeah, so that this is outcomes for people who've been referred initially to the behavioral health therapist. So if people who were like sent in that direction or referred in that direction, like 7 of them got then redirected to a more appropriate place. So as we get later in the presentation, I'll show you the ASSW, like direct referrals all that. Sorry, this is taking a long time.
No, you're good, you're good. I was actually the same line. I was gonna ask you to go back a
Yeah.
little bit and explain to the board
Okay.
the process of our multi-tier system of support and how a student is identified, because that, to your point, you just clarified, these are referrals to BHT that then are assigned out versus the entire structure.
Sure. So there's a couple ways to identify supports. One is people direct refer themselves to a support person. So we don't want to discourage people from directly referring themselves, saying, hey, I want to go and see the therapist or see the BHT in this case. The other way is that they're referred then generally to the multi-tiered support team that's at the school. That team meets. They kind of broker, like, okay, based on what we know of the student and the needs, like which direction do we want to try to push support towards. So there are some times where like they think it needs to go a particular direction, and then once they actually get to that person, there's other things that come out, or there's just a misalignment of where those services need to be, if that makes sense. All right, when I go on to the next couple of sheets here, wanted to include these. These just describe the general, again, actions and things that the behavioral health therapists do. The numbers of screens. Yes, Dr. Cruz.
Oh, I was just curious.
Yeah.
Since July, there hasn't been any referrals from downtown?
No, because there's not a behavioral health therapist at downtown. If they were referred for therapy, that would be served at one of our wellness centers.
So okay, I don't understand, but, okay.
Okay.
But I thought that process you were explaining, like the intake form process, is it because only the behavioral health therapist can do that intake process at the school sites?
No, not necessarily. So we have behavioral health therapists that are at the schools that are there. So I'm just focusing on their data now. So in another slide, we'll talk about the school social workers, which is, again, our LCSWs that work at our wellness centers, that also provide therapy and do that too. So if a student needed therapeutic supports, then they were at downtown. Because they don't have an on-site provider there, we would connect them to one of our wellness centers and receive that service that way.
But since they're not on the chart, that means they haven't accessed those services?
No. So this is just related to the behavioral health therapists who are at these sites. So these are just to that specific position, and these are the positions they're at. So for those, because that's a specific group.
No, that makes sense.
Okay. Okay. So the data that you see here, again, just shows the number of screenings and intakes that they've done, case management meetings with parents. In addition to providing therapy, they also do case management with families or meet with staff on various student cases. On the following slide, they also, in some cases, do case management related to connecting families to various community resources if that comes out that's needed. And you can see the number of individual therapy sessions and family therapy sessions that have occurred thus far this year. And then the very bottom, you'll see the number of risk assessments they've done, and then also follow-up supports that go with that. Yes, Dr. Cruzman.
Can I go back one slide?
Please.
On the case management of parents you encounter?
Yes.
Is that the 222, is that per person or per child?
No, these are a number of total sessions that they've done.
So there's sessions, so it could have been two parents?
It could have been. It
Yeah.
could have been a double counting of that
Sure.
case. So this is just a number of actions.
A number of, so the 222 is the number of meetings that occurred?
Yeah,
Got it,
exactly.
thank you.
So. I think we died here. There we go. So a couple of trends based on the data that's there. These are the referral reasons, or the reasons for students have been referred. You'll notice that if you try to total it up, it's going to total more than the number of kids they see, because in some cases there's duplicate rationale for there. But the highest ones are anxiety is the greatest reason for referral that we see. And then next comes depressive behaviors. And then we get into more regulatory things, where poor emotional regulation, or we're showing some defiance or aggression type of things. So these are the general trends that we see. We don't see that inconsistent with what we see anecdotally. So. And then also, one of the reasons or rationale for providing these positions was because of substance abuse concerns that we were seeing a few years ago at our junior high, middle schools. And you can see the number there. There are 63 out of the total count had substance abuse concerns that were being referred.
So that doesn't mean 63 kids in the district have had
That
substance abuse concerns.
that means, yeah, I'm sorry, I didn't let you finish.
Oh, no, I just, because I thought this 63 is kids who had a behavioral health therapist intake form. And also in that intake form, the issue is identified.
That's correct.
But that doesn't mean it's aggregate of all the students who have substance abuse or might have been
No.
caught with something or something on campus.
No, and you'll see when we get to the ASSWs who do brief intervention, there's additional numbers there. So, but these are students that the BHTs are actually actively seeing where there's a substance misuse component to the case.
So that was something before we didn't really do, right? But
Right.
is it something we've integrated into our BHT work?
Yes, so when we brought the BHTs on, that was kind of the rationale was we were seeing increased substance use concerns. So that's part of their function, is to help service that.
Do they have to go through special training or anything for that particular aspect
Yes,
of it?
and there was an increase in vaping and all the stuff that we had at the maybe a couple years ago, if you remember, all the vaping, and so that was part of it. And I know they went to substance abuse training, the behavior therapists, the BHT.
Okay, so next, our school social worker data. So our school social workers are licensed clinical social workers, which means they can provide therapy and family therapy, and they are at our wellness centers. So again, they primarily end up servicing a lot of elementary students, because if you're at a junior high, you have a behavioral health therapist that's directly there. So you can see the total numbers of referrals that they've received this year: 170, 32 of those are pending. There are 138 that have outcomes there. You can see the numbers of declines there. It's much lower. Again, we kind of attribute that lowerness and decline of that. There's almost an extra layer of effort to reach out to the wellness center. And so there's, I think, more of a buy-in on the initial referral for that. You can see then where they've referred some different things out. Some including back to the BHT, because maybe it was a junior high student that came there, would be better serviced at the junior high, and so on and so forth. They currently have 67 open cases that they are working on right now. And then again, similar to the BHT data, you see the number of screenings that have occurred, intakes, their case management sessions as well. And then also on the next slide, their number of therapy sessions and family therapy sessions. They tend to do a lot more family therapy than our BHTs do, and all of that. One interesting thing is we do experience a lot of cancellations and no-shows, we've noticed, which is a bit of a concern for us in terms of how do we better prevent that. The one nice thing about it is when you cancel here, we reschedule you. There's no dropping you. A lot of times out in more community-based service, if you miss, they drop you and you kind of go to the back of the line, so to speak. So there is an advantage to that.
Do we send out text reminders or phone call reminders, or is there an automated system that reminds them? I know in regular doctor's appointments in town and stuff, or therapy appointments, they text you the day before or whatever.
I'm going to have to check with Terry Lindsay to see if we have an automated system like that or not. I'm not entirely sure that we do. We do have schedulers there at each wellness center who, the SHOTs they're called, is the acronym for them. And they do, make those regular phone calls and follow up. on these appointments, but also on all the physical health appointments for the nurse practitioners. They're there as well. So. All right, and then trends that we see, if you take a look, the trends are not that much different. They're pretty much consistent, I would say, with the BHT ones. Anxiety is high, poor emotional regulation, depressive behaviors, defiance, aggression, pretty much in alignment. So. And then of substance, you can see the students referred to them. The substance abuse is much, much lower. And again, we'd expect that because we see more of that at the junior high level. The next group is our ERMS therapists. They're also technically behavioral health therapists, but they have a very specific set of services provided to students on IEPs. So they're providing services to students who, through the IEP process, it's been identified that they require ERMS services. So you can see the total number of referrals and the students that they are actually servicing here. And again, these are ongoing cases that may have started a couple of years ago or even a year ago. They're not necessarily all new cases this particular year.
What is DNQ?
DNQ means does not qualify. So part of the ERMS process, there is a qualification process related to that because it is a special education service and it goes through the IEP process. So in the case where we'd ever have somebody who did not qualify, the good news is that we have a whole set of other therapists which those students could be referred to if the ERMS route didn't work. You can see the primary, again, reason for referrals that are listed from our ERMS therapists, very similar to the ones before. We do see a higher rate of suicidal ideations, though, with our special education population and referrals to ERMS specifically. And then you see some of the general trends that they identified social emotionally. And again, there's the anxiety and depressive behavior.
Where is that?
What's that?
Oh, okay, thank you, sorry. I was looking for the trends. I didn't notice it on the right side.
Okay, then here comes our associate school social worker data. So they do a couple of different things. So there's some mental health components they do. They also do a lot of work related to attendance. And so you'll see there 831 what they'll call interventions or attendance concerns. Those are all kind of distinct things. So there are some students who are on a contract related for attendance that they work with, students that they work with our BPD contract for. A SART is a school attendance review team, where you've probably heard of the term SARB before, which is like a district function. We started SARTs a few years ago to have meetings directly at the school sites, a little bit like before we went to like the SARB process type of thing. And then you'll see a big number there, case management. So case management, these are open cases of students that have chronic attendance problems that the social workers are working with directly. So the trends that are associated with that, what they often see in these cases are these trends that are listed there. So we see a lot of adult substance abuse and adult mental health concerns that are actually our ASSWs are working to support families with that and try to get them to the correct linkage to services or just help them case manage what's happening in their home. So a lot of food insecurity as well that they support. And then there's some student mental health that goes along with that, oftentimes grief and loss. So, and then our social workers also try to link families to supports because there's a reason kids aren't coming to school, and that reason could be a myriad of things. It could be academic related, it could be bullying related, it could be mental health related. Their job is to try to manage those cases, get them connected to improve attendance.
So on the trends for the school social worker data,
yes.
I was surprised because there's so many attendance concerns. Transportation's not one of the reoccurring trends for those? Or is that outside the scope of what would be in case management?
No, it isn't necessarily outside of the scope, but it hasn't come up as a trend for the families that they've been working with. Again, a lot of our schools, there's an ability to get there. So we see that more transportation related to our homeless population is a huge area of concern related to transportation. We have a lot of services that are directed there. We don't necessarily see it as much here. And then they wanted me to include this data on re-engagement. These are just contacts and things they do. They do a lot of work just even over the phone a lot of times trying to re-engage families who've missed in short periods of time to try to make sure that they come to school and do things. And then we have two specific, oops, I hit the magic wrong button. I'm really sorry. Over there. Jeff, if you want to just go back to that. Yeah, thank you. I don't know why they have the button that you can just escape the whole presentation on the clicker. We'll put the clicker down. So brief intervention. So brief intervention is a substance abuse intervention. It is an initial kind of early onset for students generally who their pattern of usage is not extreme. Okay, so and in our substance abuse protocol, we like to run and try that first for a lot of folks. They've received 39 total referrals this year, and you can see the services that they have done there. So substance abuse is not popping up as rampant as it was, I would say, 2 years ago. We've seen somewhat of a decline in that thus far. So we'll see as data progresses throughout the year. The other service they do is a lot of grief and loss. They address a lot of those related referrals, and you can see that they have 50 current open cases related to grief and loss right now that they're working with. The trends they've identified for the brief intervention referrals, you can see we have students that self-disclose, parents disclose, or the students actually found with a substance on campus and then referred by the school site. Same with grief and loss. Grief and loss, obviously, there's a lot of grief and loss, but you can see some are related to changes in family structure, or recent traumatic events that occur, or difficulty just coping with changes in placement. So these again are all, and these service providers and the data you see here are all kind of ongoing services. These aren't the casual, I need to see somebody briefly, because I'm experiencing some kind of brief issue to be addressed. So. And then lastly, we showed some of this data the last time about risk assessments. Since our last meeting, we are up to 346 risk assessments. That is 289 distinct students. There are 38 that have multiple assessments this year. And we've had an increase of 189 since the data we shared last, which was September 9th. So we continue to see concerns that pop up. And again, we are fortunate to have the service providers to support our students when these concerns come up. And that concludes the presentation.
I just had one comment. I'm always concerned about the families that you're unable to contact. Those are normally the families that need the most help. I'm sure that they're going out of their way to try and go through all the measures, emergency contacts and all that. For me, the most successful thing I've experienced is just asking the student. They're typically the only student that knows if a phone number has changed. But it makes me sad when I see that number.
My question also was on the unable to reach the parent or guardian. So it's like mail, email, phone?
Probably everything.
No, it's not, I can tell it's not mail. It's going to be phone calls and home visits.
So busy.
In Parent Square. There's a list. One of the pages.
We tend to not use Parent Square directly for that. Has been my experience, but it's usually like phone.
Phone and going to their
because having a
phone.
serial kind of text conversation is not the best way, I think, to approach the topic. So.
2017 home visits though, and that's just the social workers?
Yeah.
Like, that's not counting, like, I know McKinley before school starts
No.
does like home visits to remind people school starting. That's
It's not
just
counting
for
it.
this.
That's just for that group.
That's good
There's
to hear.
21
Schools have
social
their own
workers in the district, and it's just for them.
21 social workers, you said?
Associate school social workers in the district, yeah.
That have done 2,000
Yeah.
visits.
I know that when I started the board, I asked Mr. Luque about if that was maybe the most appropriate use of the social workers' time. Was there ever a conversation that was had? Just because, yes, there are a lot of instances where the social worker does need to go out and talk, but not in every instance, like based on their qualifications and availability to the students.
Yeah,
Yes.
and if I could, so one of the, and I'll actually go back to that slide. One of the things that, because we've talked about that too with our social workers, and ask them, like, hey, like you're out doing the work, right? You tell us what you think. So one of the things they mentioned, if you look at the case management, those all come from their home visits. So part of the rationale or the reason for doing that, the visit, is kids not coming to school is a reason. They're there to kind of assess the reason, and then oftentimes it identifies the students when the services that they need that they really wouldn't have got otherwise.
But they're not making every one, so they might make an initial and assess, and then somebody else.
Exactly. So that's why you see, like, there are some where it's like they're just on an attendance contract, where like the concern and the issue that they have there is just related to some level of accountability that can be managed by the school. Or it could be a situation depending on, like, maybe there's a safety issue in the community, or there's some other really serious things going on in the home that they can address, and maybe that's where we hook up with our BPD partners to assist there. Or it's something like, hey, this is a school issue, and let's get you reconnected to the school through the SART team, and let the school manage that. So it's not that they're just always going and making home visits. I think it's a lot of what they do, but it's maybe a misconception that that's all they do. And then I don't know. I'm probably over talking the explanation.
No, it makes
I
sense.
apologize, but yeah, I do think though one of the things we try to do is constantly talk to our support providers and say, hey, what are your challenges? What are your experiences? Like, is this working for you? What needs to change from their perspective doing the work, and let them kind of inform us going forward.
And if I could just, I'm sorry, go ahead, I apologize.
I was just going to ask two quick questions.
Yeah.
Number one, are most of these, or are all of these bilingual? Do they have the ability to communicate with our Spanish-speaking families?
A great many are. I don't have the exact percentage of which, but again, we have so many folks that are bilingual that in the case where that barrier comes up, like, we have the ability to cross kind of link and do
So
that.
just a face will work with them.
Okay, and then the second thing is, how many years have you been taking the data so that this really helps with planning for the future?
So again, this is just this year's data. Like one of the things that we've realized in the last couple of years as we've added positions is the way we're collecting data before was not robust enough to inform us on certain things, and we've had to continually change and modify that. So every year we try to do a little bit better with data collection, just
That's
to kind of
important.
help inform, because we need data for LCAP, we need data for the board to make decisions, for us to make decisions, and so on.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Go ahead, I'm sorry.
Oh, just a quick comment. Just on the schools, it's 77 for suicidal ideations, and the wellness centers is 22. That's like 99 too many students, and I think we should really focus on that somehow. I know anxiety, aggressive behaviors, everything, but all that can be worked out. But when it's suicidal, there's no going back. And to me, that's a priority.
Absolutely, yeah. I'm just thankful we have the supports and services so close to kids that we can provide that when that pops up.
Well, accessibility. Another question I did have, and maybe you have the answer for it, for when a parent wants to reach out to the behavioral therapist, Do the school sites not have a direct number so they avoid going through the office?
They should have a direct office line number, yeah.
Can they call the behavioral health therapist
Directly?
Or should they be calling the wellness centers if they wanted a direct appointment?
Well, if you want to,
No, go ahead.
okay.
No, okay, I'm speaking from experience, because in order to get for Joey, my son, and I've shared it before, and I'm not ashamed to say that my son uses these services. It's hard when you have an office staff that's asking you the who, what, where, why, and how, or who's calling for what, is there anything I can help you with? Obviously, if a parent, because there's been other parents are calling and they're asking to speak with a specific person, with a social worker, they shouldn't be getting asked so many questions on how can I help you? I'm sorry, you're just the secretary, or you're just the clerk. And we talk about confidentiality, and we talk about, hey, we're here for you, but when you make it so difficult, it's like jumping hoops. And I've had a conversation with Mr. Luque on this, and I just, both as a parent and as a board member, I think we need to get better at it on making sure that our parents have that accessibility, whether it's a social worker or a behavioral therapist, where they have a direct number, or the call just gets transferred and the parent can just leave a voicemail there without having to explain their business to the secretary, to the clerk, or to the office assistant.
Generally, we ask our office teams to be customer service oriented. So the question of how can I help you, what is this referring to gain more information, is an effort to connect with whichever staff member you're seeking to engage with. Our staffs are scheduled, they're doing things all day long, so it's challenging to always be able to pull someone in the moment to connect with you. Certainly leaving the message is absolutely required, and Dr. Fullenwider and I had a conversation about that direct conversation communication. I think what is, you're offering an example of a parent who already has an open case with one of our therapists. It's already gone through the MTSS structure. The best solution in that environment is to provide the direct line and to schedule a regular check-in conversation, especially when there's an intensity of need and or for support for a child. And we can get the information to you and to any other parent who requested information. But generally, we want our office teams to be customer service oriented and try to support. I know it doesn't always come off that way, but that ask of how can I help you, what can I do for you, even when it is a mental health therapist related question, is only meant to be supportive. And again, oftentimes our mental therapists are working directly with a student and not providing family services, so it's only unique.
Right. But to the point is accessibility. When you're calling and you do leave a message, because, okay, this is the way we're going now. I have left the message, and the office staff does not give the message to that person.
And that's the office staff's responsibility. We're working on that.
Right.
But again, as a therapist, they are scheduled into their day serving kids. And so.
Right, and I guess to the point, I'm not expecting them to drop whatever they're doing to answer my question. It's just like, here I am calling, or I am here in person, leaving the message, and the message still doesn't get across to that person. And I'm using myself as an example. Why? Because we have these services. We say we have these services, and in reality, is the message even getting to that person? That's where I have a problem. Not that because that person is not available to take my call right now. My problem is that person is not getting the message. That's where I have a problem, Mr. Luque.
Correct, and as I said, that's an office situation. That's not on the therapist. It's a completely different conversation that we have to dig into and resolve, right? In terms of the therapist itself, it's the services for the student, and so as I suggested in our conversation, scheduling a weekly check-in would automatically ensure you of having conversations weekly with the therapist,
Right.
which is highly unique.
I'm super confused, and so if you could break a couple things down for me, and is it okay if I interrupt just because I'm just
Go ahead.
I'm just curious. So on the ERMS page, there was the DNQ do not qualify.
Yes.
There are students who do not qualify for certain mental health services because their IEP doesn't allow it.
No. not
Okay, no,
because
that's
their
what I'm asking.
IEP
What does that
doesn't allow it.
mean?
There's a
Or is it like a financial need or like?
No, there's a
That's what I'm asking.
qualification procedure, which off the top of my head, I don't want to misspeak on it, but.
But it's not financial and it's not like
it's not
direness of the
financial,
situation.
it's not that at all.
And, okay, so we didn't open in this way, and I have not had an opportunity to utilize these
Yeah.
services, but I just wanna make sure I understand. Any parent that wants mental health for their kid that's registered in our district
Yeah.
can get it.
Yep.
They can just call and get it. Not necessarily if they're in crisis, we can't instantly help them in a moment. If a
Well-
parent is in crisis with their child.
No, when they're in crisis, I mean, they respond to crises a lot. I mean, I think we have some of that data on.
I guess it's unfair, because for me as a mom, the moments where I've been in crisis may not be the same as what the school would count as a crisis.
Okay.
Like when I'm at home and my kid's having a explosive tantrum, and I
Yeah,
can't get them to settle down, and I can't take them to urgent care, and I don't know who to talk to, and I'm calling Warmline, and they're like, call your school district, that's not the appropriate time to call the school and say,
No.
I need help. No, that's what I'm asking,
Yeah,
like,
yeah.
I think there's a breakdown for people where like, where's the moment where we can call, when I say like, for me, as a mom, that felt like a crisis. Like, I mean, there's a hole in my wall and I don't know what to do. Like, that felt like a crisis, right? But that's not
Sure.
a moment where I could call the school district and say, hey, I really need help. I need someone to talk to my kid. I don't, they're mentally struggling. I don't know what to do. That would not be the right moment.
No, so we don't have like an instant crisis hotline number. That would be like Kern County Behavioral Health and Recovery Services operates that. Again, like Warmline is a good kind of point you in a direction kind of thing. That's more general. But no, like generally, like we don't operate that as a crisis hotline.
It's more like
going
you
to be
see a
more of,
call.
hey, I have this concern. I want to, have my child be seen, and then we're going to go through that process.
It's kind of like when you make a doctor's appointment, even though like, you have a rash that day, they're like, great, we'll see you in 3 weeks and this person will mail you the paperwork.
Right.
I don't mean that in a disparaging way. I just mean like it's similar to that medical intake process.
Now, I will say this, if someone were to walk in with their child to their school and their child is experiencing a crisis, it's going to be dealt with right there in the moment. But in terms of a hotline like situation, we don't have that. If you're walking into the wellness center, it's going to be handled right there in the moment and addressed in some way. Like they're not going to say, I'm sorry, we're booked, you're going to have to leave. Like that's not how that would operate. But again, that's in person and present as opposed to like on the phone, like in the one example you gave.
No, that's so helpful because when we talk about all the data, like I don't know, I really thought the only way for people to get access to this is like when kids are really naughty at school and we identify it as like other source. No, but I mean, that was like my perception is like kids have some kind of emotional, mental, physical issue that's stopping them from the learning process, and then they go through this intake process. What you're saying is like this can be something that parents instigate.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
And you can be very successful as a student in school and have mental health challenges related to anxiety and other issues like that come with maybe the high expectations you have or whatever. So yeah, it's you don't have to be not functioning at school in order to receive services.
Thank you. It was a great report.
It was really great. Right, moving on to item E3. Superintendent Mark Luque will recognize and thank Lillian Tafoya for her 28 years of service on the BCSD Board of Education. You're gonna like the huge flowers right in front of you. Oh my gosh.
Okay, good evening, everyone. Good evening, Dr. Chris Cruz Boone, Board President, trustees, administration, and community members. I'm going to take my time here and celebrate Mrs. Tafoya. This evening marks the final board meeting for an extraordinary leader, mentor, and advocate, board member Lillian Tafoya. As she concludes her service, we reflect on her remarkable career in education and her lasting impact on the Bakersfield City School District. Mrs. Tafoya's legacy is deeply rooted in the lives of our students, families, and community. From her early days teaching at McKinley, Harding, Compton, and Chipman, guiding students as a counselor at Longfellow and Compton, to her role as principal at Eisler, Voorhees, and the treasured and best school in the world, Mount Vernon.
Let's go Eagles!
Lillian has dedicated herself to empowering and uplifting every student she has served. Her commitment to equity has been the heartbeat of her work. Known for setting the highest standard of governance, Lillian's leadership on the board is widely recognized across Kern County, California, as was mentioned earlier, and the United States as exemplary. She has championed the importance of rigorous board governance, setting the foundation for impactful decision-making in BCSD. Lillian's dedication to professional growth is evident in her encouragement of all board members to complete the California School Board Association's Masters in Governance training and certification. Her commitment to this cause has strengthened our board's resolve and effectiveness, setting a lasting example for future board members. And it's all evidenced through our values, vision, and mission, where our values have continued to remain constant for over a decade now. Lillian Tafoya's years of service are adorned with numerous awards and recognitions, but her true legacy will forever be her dedication to excellence and her unwavering focus on ensuring that all students have equal opportunities to succeed. As we bid farewell to a true leader, we extend our heartfelt gratitude to Lillian for her vision, her strength, and her profound impact on our district. Thank you, Lillian, for setting the standard, leading with purpose, and leaving an indelible mark on our schools and community. Now, personally, public doesn't know this, but every week I dedicate about an hour of time to board members to check in if things are going on. When I need to call them, I'll call them. I'm going to miss our late Thursday evening phone calls. It is a late evening on a Thursday where we connect each week to check in, and I'm going to miss those. Lillian, I've had the privilege of watching you as the trustee for 11 years in this district. First as an assistant director, then assistant deputy superintendent, now superintendent. You always hold the person in charge accountable. You always are committed and focused to one thing, what's best for kids. And you never waver from that commitment and that focus. And I appreciate you for that. This evening, before I invite Mrs. Tafoya up to the podium to receive a recognition, I would ask all of us to turn our attention to the screens for a video highlighting the professional life and legacy of Lillian Tafoya.
I would say, don't even go into education if you're not committed to making a difference for children.
For nearly 65 years, Lillian Tafoya has served the students of the Bakersfield City School District.
It was very rewarding to see, how you could make a difference in the lives of children.
A journey in education that began in childhood.
I come from a family of 11 children, and my parents earned the Highlands University Distinguished Family Award for sending all 11 to college. At great sacrifice. It didn't matter if we didn't have the best of clothing, but we always had encyclopedias and books and the things that it took to keep us moving along as far as learning. It was instilled in us that education was extremely important. They were driven, and I guess I'm driven.
A love of learning furthered in her primary and secondary education.
As I reflect back, it's because a lot of people helped me. I had a lot of amazing teachers that made the difference in my life. My first grade teacher, Mrs. Zimmerman, and then my high school principal, his name was Cleo Tafoya, and he brought all the application for me to get scholarship. But little did I know I was going to become a Tafoya and a principal.
Her soon-to-be husband was recruited to Bakersfield and convinced recruiters to hire one more teacher.
So I said, well, we'll go to Bakersfield for 1 year. And it didn't happen.
Now, more than 6 decades and a number of prestigious accomplishments later, including AXA Administrator of the Year, State and National Principal of the Year, a beautiful Bakersfield Award recipient, a CABE Multilingual Leadership Award, a Latinas Lead the Way recipient, and the first principal in the district to achieve the California State Distinguished Schools Award. It's no wonder why she's also a member of the BCSD Hall of Fame and a distinguished alumnus of New Mexico Highlands University. However, her favorite accomplishments fall a little closer to home.
I'm really grateful for the opportunity that Bakersfield City School District has provided for my entire family. I have 4 adult children, and they're all proud graduates from Bakersfield City School District. My husband and I spent the bulk of our careers here and enjoyed it and felt like we were making a difference. And then to have served as a school board member for 28 years was the honor of a lifetime.
During her tenure at BCSD, Tafoya served as a teacher, counselor, school administrator, and board member, all focused on equity and serving the underserved.
To be honest with you, I loved every minute of every job. I really, really did. But I would say if I really had to pick one, I would choose Mount Vernon School. The need was so great there, and it was so inspiring, and the parents and the community were so involved and so respectful. But what I noticed is that they really didn't have a voice at the table.
And Tafoya decided she would be that voice at the table, part of which helped establish the first mariachi program in BCSD, a hard sell for those who argued it wasn't a part of the curriculum.
What I said was, this is a magnet program, and this is a community, 100% Latinos. That is part of the culture of the music of these people, and we want to honor that. And it should be part of the after-school program.
Another fond memory of hers, the day her daughter, Carla Tafoya, and principal of Franklin Elementary, received a Distinguished Schools Award, just like her mother years before. Now, as this chapter of learning comes to an end, Tafoya leaves these words for the district moving forward.
You need to have the children as the centerpiece of your agenda. If that doesn't happen, it's really easy to get derailed.
And now, she says, it's time to say goodbye.
Well, it's always with mixed emotions, it's bittersweet, but there is a time and season for everything, and I think I leave with a glad heart full of gratitude for the impact that it's had, that I've had, hopefully on this community, the opportunity to serve. It's been an honor of a lifetime to serve here, and I love it.
So I'm going to offer board members an opportunity to chime in and offer any other additional comments. And just was said tonight, the legacy, the historical knowledge, the capacity, the experience, the expertise that Lillian is leaving after tonight is going to be hard to continue through, but I know for all of us, she's a phone call away, and she'll be watching and keeping us on the straight and narrow as we go forward. So Lillian, on behalf of the Board of Education and all administration staff and the 20,850 students that we are privileged to serve, congratulations on your legacy. Appreciate you. Thank you.
I just need to thank all of you because this has been a privilege of a lifetime. I think education has been my calling. I stepped into a first grade class in a little red brick schoolhouse in Red Cliff, Colorado, and I never stopped going to school since then. I never told Laura, board member, but I taught 1 year in Anaheim at Palm Lane School. She
That
might
was
have
my
even been
school. I
in
was
that, no, she
elementary.
wasn't in that class because all of the children were white. Anyway, but you might have been in the neighborhood, or maybe you weren't born yet, I don't know. But anyhow, I just really want to thank all my fellow board members also. I've heard some wonderful things from you, and I really appreciate you. And I know that you will continue the legacy of excellence. I mean, this district is in good hands. Our superintendent, I'm proud to say that after those, well, I'm not going to say this, but I had a voice in choosing our superintendents over the years, and I think they got stronger. So that's a good thing. But not only that, not only what happened was the whole institution of education got stronger, and things changed. As far as Mount Vernon School, it was my favorite. Margaret was there at the time, and a few other people. Pam, I wanted to thank you as a past board member a lot. And of course, Chris was at Mount Vernon and a number of other people. But they were all a special experience. I do say that when you have a creative and performing arts magnet, it makes a difference. And so I think that's what made the difference between Eisler and Voorhees and Mount Vernon. I love the other two schools as well. But just lastly, I want to say that I have always thought that we have a lot of potential in our students. I see that in each child. We have a really dedicated staff, an awesome superintendent, great administration, and I know that the work will carry on. I want to thank all of you for the accolades. I'm not sure I deserved them, and a lot of you made me uncomfortable, but it feels good to hear nice things, so thank you.
Let's get some pictures and celebrate. And I'm going to give a little bit of foreshadowing for the public and the board, and I'll get you a confidential update in a couple of days. We're not done celebrating Lillian yet. We will have CSBA's conference coming up in December, and with that, I'm going to leave a little bit of a foreshadowing on what's to come after that. So.
I want to thank the photographers. They're always so busy. You do such a great job. And I want to thank Tabitha and Martine for that video. Oh, so good.
Holly was my first elementary school.
Those are like bigger than her. They're ginormous. Moving on to item E4, Cultural Heritage Recognition for December. Our Multicultural Festival of Lights Month will be presented by our Superintendent, Mark Luque.
Good evening. Bakersfield City School District recognizes December as the month in which a number of holidays will be celebrated in various cultures, both locally and around the world. The Bakersfield City School District has deemed December as Multicultural Festival of Lights Month in honor of these celebrations. Diwali, the Hindu Festival of Lights; Bodhi, a Buddhist holiday; Hanukkah, the Jewish Festival of Light; Christmas, a Christian holiday; Kwanzaa, a holiday honoring African American heritage; Lunar Year, an Asian holiday marking the end of winter; Los Posadas, a Christmas festival celebrated in Hispanic communities. While these festivals differ in tradition, a common theme is the use of light or candles. The Multicultural Festival of Lights celebrates culturally and religiously significant winter holidays and traditions that may be unfamiliar to many. The Board of Trustees encourages all staff and families to visit our BCSD Cultural Heritage Guide located on our district webpage for activities and resources to honor, recognize, and celebrate the diversity of our world. Thank you.
Moving on to item E5. It is recommended the revisions to the BCSD District's Workplace Violence Prevention Plan be approved. Do I have a motion?
I move for approval.
Trustee DeFoy is our first. Do I have a second?
Second.
Our second is Fuentes. Is there any discussion? All those in favor? Aye. All those opposed? Motion passes unanimously. We'll now move to F1 and take a 5-minute recess.
Yay.
Services. We'll first have a report from Assistant Superintendent of Ed Services, Ms. Laura Roscoe.
Good evening, Board President Dr. Chris Cruz Boone, members of the board and guests. So under my division, I have a few items. One being Mrs. Jennifer Santillan presenting our summer camp, believe it or not, 2025. And Christine Chapman, our Executive Director of CNI, she will be presenting for Cluster 3 schools, and then a few more items under my division as well.
Good evening. Can't see you back there.
Behind the flag.
That's okay.
You don't want to talk to the flowers?
I don't know why.
She like disappeared.
All right. It feels like we just did the review of summer, and here we are. All right. So I'm going to be presenting to you our summer plan for summer 2025. All right. So the purpose and impact of summer 2025 is to provide a comprehensive program focused on enrichment and collaboration for our students. We're going to continue to build a culture of excitement around STEAM education, and we want to engage our family and community throughout the summer months and extend the school year by 30 additional days. So this year, we're going to be doing things a little different. So we're going to be offering 2 summer sessions. So our first summer session will be offered from June 9th through July 4th. So we'll be offering it at 6 elementary schools and 2 junior highs. It will be a combination of general education and ESY on the same campus, and it will run for 4 weeks instead of 3 weeks. Those 4 weeks will have arts integration, hands-on engineering and coding, science, art, and literacy for students. And you'll notice the hours, they're a little different from what we normally do. For our elementary students, it will run from 8:15 to 5:15. And for junior high, 7:45 to 11:45.
And so the reason for the 9 hours is because of it's the ELOP grant, and so we have to provide the 9 hours, 30 additional days.
And we'll get into the details of that a little bit later. And then we have a second session of our summer learning, which will run July 7th through July 18th. And that is only going to be at 4 elementary schools, and those 2 weeks will focus on STEAM education, and those hours will be 8:15 to 5:15, and that's where we're able to extend the additional 30 days for students, the 9 hours a day, and it's a focus on our elementary schools. So these are our tentative summer camp sites. So we have our elementary, our junior high, and then our migrant site. So the top schools are for session 1, and the bottom list of schools are for session 2. And we say tentative just because we're not quite sure about some of the construction that may happen over the summer. All right, so for session 1, so we have our core program, which will take place from 8:15 to 12:15, and that includes our dual immersion schools for 1st and 2nd grade. So all of our students will experience the literacy, the hands-on art and art history, the hands-on science, and we're going to actually utilize our arts integration staff that were hired this year with Mr. Stone, and they're developing our arts integration units. And then for our 3rd through 6th grade students, including dual immersion, they'll also run from 8:15 to 12:15, and they'll receive the hands-on coding and engineering, the art history, hands-on science, and arts integration. And then for our middle school students in 7th and 8th grade, including DI, from 7:45 to 11:45, they will receive coding, engineering, art, science, and arts integration. So for session 2, our students in 1st through 6th grade for our core program will attend from 8:15 to 12:15. So at the 4 elementary schools, they will receive hands-on STEAM projects for those 4 hours. And instead of rotating like we normally do for the 4 weeks of summer camp, they will remain with the same teacher for those 2 weeks. So with session 1, some of the highlights that you'll notice, students will receive breakfast and lunch for all students in 1st through 8th grade. So students in 1st through 6th grade that decide to stay till 5:15 will receive supper in addition to what they get in the morning.
So both general education and ESY are on campuses. The Boys and Girls Club are going to be providing the enrichment activities from 12:15 to 5:15 each day, and transportation will be provided for students. So if they want to stay till 5:15, they can. And then for session 2, students will also receive breakfast and lunch, and those students that stay till 5:15 will also be able to receive supper. And again, the Boys and Girls Club will be providing the enrichment opportunities that last until 5:15, and again, transportation will be provided for the students. Questions?
This is like really different.
It is.
How
It's
are we
very
going
different.
to roll this out to parents so they understand the differences from the previous years?
So we're going to be doing a lot of advertising. So we're going to be sharing it with our families during Parent Conference Week. So that's going to be their first chance to register for it, and really getting to explain. We have to explain it to the teachers too. So explain how that works and through our registration system. So.
And as far as capacity, will we have this a similar like number of teachers, students, availability this coming summer that we did the previous?
That's what we're planning for, yes. Yep.
And I went to one of the schools, I believe it was Sierra, and there was like a carve out like special education like program happening for that. Are we gonna have like those kind of specialty? I saw dual immersion, but I didn't see the special education. I just wasn't sure whether we have that too.
We do. We will have ESY in all of the campuses.
Currently.
That's so cool. I think we have over 110 classes planned for our ESY. Yeah. Yeah. The nice thing when we register, the way we're planning it, is that when parents go to register for the summer camp program, they will have the option of choosing an extended day option also. So they can register for the core program, and then they can just click on to add on the additional time if they want that.
Does that give them like priority preference if they use the after school program?
Well, we open priority up to those students that receive the parent conference in the spring. So those students that receive that notification at conference time get priority.
Got it.
Yes.
But if it doesn't get filled up, we open it to everybody.
Like the general public. Not the public, the students in our district, is what I meant to say.
But typically, we always have a lot of space during summer camp. Yeah. And we've never run the second 2 weeks before, so we're hoping that our families are excited to have that option.
A little historical kind of context. Last year, we ran sessions during every break period. Thanksgiving break, the winter break, and spring break, and it taxed our staff. Our staff was exhausted, not having those days off. So this year, we made the decision to organize it with our summer program, because there'll still be a few weeks after the second session in July for folks to be able to attend our summer training cycles and have a little bit of off time. So
I love that you were like, there'll still be time for them to do other work.
I mean, that's just the nature of it, right? And so we know that we recruit. Our goal is 3,000 students day one through the entirety of the program, but we struggle to maintain that, and so we'll continue to try to make that happen.
Maybe with the extended day, kids will be more likely to stay since they don't have to worry about where they're going at 12:15. They know that there's a place for them for the whole day. So
it's hot at 12 o'clock. Like nobody wants to walk home, take a bus home. Oh, let's stay at the air-conditioned school. Seems like, yeah. So I feel like this. I don't know how to ask this question. Some of our staff that are really good in after-school work for us right now, and run successful after-school programs that are like really popular at some of the school sites. Is there a mechanism for them to work with Boys and Girls Club to do that in the summer, or do they do that through us, or do our like some of our, because they're like not teachers, but some of our like support staff that does ELOP, like they have popular things they do. Are we bringing that piece in, or are we just like letting Boys and Girls Club do everything, or I don't know.
So we work with the Boys and Girls Club so that they are always open to working with our staff that may be transitioning. I'll let you take it from there, Christine.
So we open all of our summer positions to all of our classified and certificated staff. A lot of our classified staff will apply for their current classifications for the summer or for other classifications that they would like to work in throughout the summer. So they do have the opportunity to work. For instance, our after-school BCSD employees, which are activity leaders, they typically apply for the larger hours over the summer, so for custodial work, for grounds worker work, and also others will apply for activity leaders as well. So as those positions are available, they are considered for those positions and picked up throughout the summer. So they will have the opportunity to work either in summer camp or summer extra help positions.
I'm confused. So the 12 to 5 o'clock part though, like, so are you saying there will be like activity leaders and Boys and Girls Club, or is like the 12 to 5 like extra piece, is that all Boys and Girls? That's the part I don't totally get. You know what I'm saying?
So I believe they are utilizing the Boys and Girls Club for those particular positions.
So they don't have a shortage of staffing?
No. And I don't believe Boys and Girls Club has a shortage either, do they?
As of right now. So when we went out to RFP last spring, so we did go out to bid for the after-school program, and it included our summer program, and we listed out all of the positions that we needed. It included our summer program because we did anticipate possibly needing this. So we included the staffing for this program, and so they won the bid for the summer program also. They outlined how many staff we would need.
Now, what about substitutes when someone's sick?
It included that also. So when they won it, it would require them to provide all of the staffing needed along with subs.
So there isn't a challenge and a shortage during the summer, an interruption in the program?
For that piece, from the 12:15 to 5:15, there should not be, since they won that,
I know, because with regular teachers or classified people, you always have absences. So I just wondered if there was a
Do we have a lot of problems with our activity leaders being absent?
Not that I'm aware of. No, we have challenges in our absenteeism with our employees, both in classified and certificated area, but I couldn't tell you offhand on what our activity leaders are at this time.
And just to reiterate, our classified employees are offered to work in what we call summer help jobs. So the vast majority of them pick up those jobs. And give you an example, trying to get through all of our schools to clean them and have them ready for the first day of school requires a much larger group, painting, updating cameras. There's just an array of assignments that our staff will pick up in the summertime to do those jobs. And then again, for this program, we ran the RFP for services because we anticipated struggling to get staff to work 12:15 to 5:15 in the summer.
Right. Thank you.
Do you know if the kids will be working on bicycles again?
We would love to do that again. Yes, that and animatronics, yes, we would love to bring that back.
Those are really, really successful.
That, folklorico, yes.
Cool.
Yeah.
Any other questions? Thank you so much.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Moving on to item G3, and this will be our promising practices board presentation.
Good evening, Madam President, board members, Superintendent Lukey, and the BCSD community. I am excited to share with you some updates on Cluster 3, including 2 schools I'll be highlighting this evening in regards to promising practices. So Cluster 3 comprises of 9 schools. Our smallest school is William Penn with 235 students. That is a K-5 campus. And then our largest school is Noble Elementary with 835 students. So we range from very tiny to very large. We include the Emerson feeding pattern, which includes the Franklin, McKinley, Roosevelt, William Penn, as well as Stella Hills. And then, of course, the Washington feeds Longfellow and Noble feed into that campus. So I'm going to highlight some overall data for you. Some of it I'll just peruse through. It's there for you to review. But we do have all the campuses, their most current data you're going to find here. You'll have their CASP data. You'll have their distance from standard, as well as where they landed in regards to their LPAC scores. And again, this is provided for you to review each campus. And then we're going to talk a little bit about attendance today. As you know, our goal for the district is 96.4%. The average daily attendance at our campuses are inching closer and closer to those numbers. Again, we're not super excited that the cold and flu season is headed our way, but these are the numbers as late as 10/29 was when this data was taken. As you can see, we're all in the 90 percentile, so 90%, so it's looking a lot better than it has been previously. Our chronic absenteeism rate is staying below that line for the most part. We've actually made a little bit of progress at both of those schools that you see inching towards that line. But again, those numbers will fluctuate throughout this school year, but really excited to see the growth in this particular area in regards to chronic absenteeism due to all of the hard work put in by the campuses and all of the support staff that works to support our students in getting to school and contacting our parents and working out any issues that they may have. And as you can see, this is the data from 2 years ago and last year. And each one of the campuses has made a marketable improvement in their chronic absenteeism. And if you compare this to the last data the last slide that I showed you in regards to their current status for chronic absenteeism, they're all below that, below what their last year's chronic absentee ended up with, because they're all pretty much around 19% or lower. And there is nobody except Franklin is up there with 18% from last year, but you're down to 9% this year. So here is your STAR reading data for Cluster 3. Again, this was taken at fall at the beginning of the year. I want to remind you that this is a computer adaptive test. The STAR reading actually tests their ability for word analysis, comprehension, and text reading. And then for mathematics, again, it is computer adaptive, and it really works on their math skills in all the large domain areas, testing students on their abilities in those areas. So again, I wanted to highlight 2 campuses today in regards to promising practices, and I'm going to start today with Emerson Middle School. As you're aware, last year, Emerson had some changes in their site administration, and there was a really strong push to reestablish strong routines and procedures on that campus, and really focusing on building the relationships with the students on campus and creating that positive school climate. And then this year, as they got all of those things in place last year, and there's just been a really nice little renaissance going on over at Emerson in regards to their school culture. We visited there today as part of our cluster meetings, and it is really exciting to see the progress that they've made in regards to the school climate. This year they came back and they're like, okay, we need to continue with those initiatives from 23-24 because we're on the right direction. But we really need to work now and really look at our instructional program and reestablish our professional learning communities. So over the summer, the administration had 17 teachers, this is huge, join them at the Solution Trees PLC professional development during the summer. And if you participate in that, it's a very intensive, multi-day program where it's not just sit and get, they're working, they're discussing, they have sessions, and they really work together to see how they can apply it to their campus. And so they decided to move forward and reset their professional learning community. While the whole campus is a professional learning community, really focusing on professional learning teams. And so those are teams that are focused on content areas or potentially grade levels. And the first thing they knew they had to do was really establish the norms, the roles, and responsibilities within each of these teams to ensure that they were set up properly to work through the school year. So during these discussions they looked at what they had going on campus, and while every campus has a leadership team, what they decided they really needed when they talked with their leadership team and those that attended the conference was that we really need to focus on our instruction. And so they established this instructional excellence team. This is just to focus on how we can support teachers in increasing learning outcomes for our students. And so they wanted to make sure that all of their practices were inclusive and that they were going to help improve their systems. So as you can see, the first thing that they wanted to take on and look at were grading, because that can be a very difficult process, and if not everybody's on the same page with grading, we can leave a lot of students behind. They also knew they had to have a very strong commitment to ensuring that Tier 1 instruction was taking place with clear objectives, good engagement from their students, that they were using an assessment system to ensure that they were checking for understanding. They had scaffolds for students who needed them, and that they wanted to create some rubrics for writing, collaborative conversations, and as well as their CFAs. In addition to that, they want to ensure their kids are talking. Middle school kids are hard to get involved in conversations about academics, so they really wanted to focus on the regular use of collaborative conversations in their classrooms, and then also strategies to check for understanding, so that we were ensuring that we were facilitating not only the instruction but collaboration as a team. So they've been providing ongoing intentional professional development, and this actually, these academic areas are not just from this fall, but they've been working on these areas throughout last year as well. And again, that focus on Tier 1, ensuring they're using their thinking maps, how they can integrate strategies for their English language learners, building out their essential standards and backwards mapping them so that they understood how to ensure that their students understood the content at the end of the learning cycle, building empathy among their colleagues, and then of course creating those effective CFAs, formative and summative assessments. So we're just finishing up the first quarter, and when I spoke with the principal and we talked about so what have you seen happen within this first quarter and this focus on instruction through this instructional excellence team. And before the school year started, we had teachers who would grade on a weighted scale, and we had teachers who would grade on a point scale. So what they decided which a weighted scale makes it a little bit more difficult for kids who maybe come in late into a semester or maybe miss a couple assignments. They all agreed to move to a point system. So now the whole campus grades on a similar point system. They were working on developing and using rubrics for writing. So they took some of the district rubrics and kind of modified them for what they could use at the middle school level in regards to their content areas. They also developed and are currently using rubrics for their student collaboration to ensure that they're providing enough time for students to collaborate and that the teachers are facilitating those discussions. And then again, they are continuing to work on building common and formative assessments, which is one of the most difficult things to do, I think. So then moving on to one of our elementary campuses, Franklin Elementary. Today, we're going to talk about the writing systems and structures that have been put in place on this campus. This has been a multi-year focus at Franklin, and they start obviously, ensuring that they have professional development that supports the writing that's going on their campus, that writing is part of the professional learning community cycle in the sense that we are looking at data, calibrating writing, and that the writing is a consistent instructional focus and that they have the resources that they need. And I will say this is a campus-wide in all content areas. You will see students taking their learning to writing and, of course, celebrating. So here's some of the professional development that has taken place at Franklin for the last couple of years, including Thinking Maps, right from the beginning, which is an offshoot of Thinking Maps. They do a lot of work with having teachers as well as their academic coaches model lessons. They are really focusing on what that implementation looks like through focused instructional walks, and this is not just with the administration on campus, but they also involve their academic coach. They have goal setting, and of course, there's always that piece where we need to celebrate our learners. And so part of the professional learning community cycle, what they do is they identify those HEART standards, those focus standards. They have rubrics that they've already developed. They give a pre-test, they have some planning and follow that CFA process. They do a lot of work with writing samples and calibrating writing samples as a staff. They collect the data. They really highlight those best practices that are going on. There's a lot of communication from site administration in regards to the great things that are going on that campus and sharing those practices among all teachers. And then, of course, they've moved into training on the IABs, the interim assessment blocks, as well, and administrating those, which are important to give our students an opportunity to face the types of questioning that is going to be asked on the formal state testing. So some of the resources that they use and ensure that's happening on their campus to support writing is, again, the use of thinking maps, taking everything to writing, building those academic conversations. They have very strategic academic conversation processes in every single classroom to ensure that all students have the opportunity to speak. They are writing across the content levels, and they are also peer editing using the rubrics and some of the frames that the teachers have produced. And each child on this campus has a writing folder that is inclusive of the rubrics, the expectations for writing at their grade level, and what the standards are, their grade level standards for writing. So it is communicated not only to teachers, but to the students as well, and they have those resources available to them in these folders. And the outcomes. So again, this has been a multi-year process, and as you can see, as we compare the 2023 SBAC ELA to the 2024, when it came to those students meeting or exceeding in ELA, it increased by 5% from 1 year to the next year. But what's really exciting is that chart you see, the bar graph you see on the bottom there. So what that is a graph showing you what each student who took the SBAC, what their score was on the written extended response. And so you'll notice that students can get from a 0 to a 10. And that circle there is representing those scores that are above a 5. And you'll notice that the majority of their students, I think there's about 99 that are 4 and below, but 166 students have scored a 5 or higher from this particular graph that you see before you. And what's important about that is that we know that if students score at least a 5 or higher on the written extended response, they are more than likely to get a meet or exceeded overall on the SBAC. So that just shows you how important the writing is to how students are doing on the SBAC. So some really nice outcomes for their writing data. this last school year.
BCSD's been working with Solution Tree for a while, and then it looks like you're kind of starting over at Emerson again. Was the culture there just diminished, or they just decided to take a fresh start for it? I imagine there's probably new teachers, many there, as there are most schools. So
Yes.
it was just like a kind of a cultural shift and wanting to start from the top again? Because I imagine there were quite a few people that had experience with that or had been doing it.
If I may, just to interject the historical viewpoint of Solution Tree, in 2014, when Mr. Irvin started in the district, we ceased all contracts with Solution Tree.
Oh, okay, I didn't know that.
And so we're just picking it up. And now when we look at the staff ratios that we have, the vast majority of our teachers weren't here in that time period where we invested significantly in Solution Tree. So we are methodically trying to integrate these ideas. And so how we've done it as a district, the county office offers kind of a foundational PLC session or
It's like a team.
you send a team
of
to
like
there
5
for
people.
weeks-long
Yes.
professional learning. We require schools to do that before they can access additional layers of Solution Tree support. So schools like Emerson and Sequoia, Muncie, who have gone to Solution Tree's conference in the summer, have had to go through the county's training cycle to make sure that there is understanding, buy-in, and support to continue to invest in those pathways.
Okay, yeah, I didn't know it stopped. I thought it was ongoing.
So the reports on the Franklin stuff, I mean, and especially the photos of the instruments and the outcomes, like so phenomenal for an elementary school, like really super cool. We got emails from, I think, 2 different Emerson teachers that are a little more experienced, specifically about the instructional excellence team. I'm wondering if there's been any improvement since those emails about the process, or like folks kind of felt like it was top down, their thought process wasn't respected. Some of the more experienced teachers weren't like super enthusiastic about what was happening. So I was surprised when that was like mentioned here in the team, and I just thought maybe you highlighted it because things are getting better, or I don't know.
I wasn't made aware of those emails.
I wasn't either.
Oh, it's like from like 5 months ago. You got it too.
No.
Okay, I'll send it to you.
Please.
And the instructional excellence team was just established in August.
Yeah, that might have been.
Was it the same teachers that you and I both went to visit there, or is that separate?
I haven't been to Washington to visit.
Emerson.
Emerson. I haven't been to Emerson to visit. I haven't been to Emerson either. Since all
I
this
thought
went
we
down.
went around the same time.
I mean, I did have one of the teachers corner me and talk to me about this, but as a follow-up to an email that was sent to, it was sent to everyone on the board. It wasn't just sent to me. Like, I can see all of our email addresses on there. We get a lot of emails.
The only email that I'm aware of from Emerson is related to the class size that
That's what I was thinking.
Trustee Malialt visited this campus. I have a meeting tomorrow with a staff member, but the purpose of that meeting is unknown to me. They just requested to come in and talk to me. I've not heard anything on the feeling of that campus, but we can dig into that for sure.
I'm just curious. I think it's hard. I think some of our more seasoned, experienced teachers feel more bold in sharing their thoughts. I don't know if those always capture the sentiment of the campus, or if they're bold enough to say what junior teachers are unafraid to say. I'm not sure. Like I said, I haven't visited the campus, so I don't know. But I just thought I would follow up and ask, because I don't know. I didn't know how all that was going.
I had a great visit when I went there. I was wondering.
You did have
I did,
a
yes.
visit? Oh, that's nice. Any other questions?
Man, that last slide though. This is so good. I don't know how long this
It
took
is
you, but
so
it's
good.
so good.
It's an example of what is possible in all of our school sites.
Consistency of focus and follow through, and being in the classroom and supporting teachers in a supportive manner.
I mean, even when I went and watched when you give a mouse a cookie presentation, I am seeing the things you're talking about, like visually displayed there, tied into the guest reader, like everything is connected in a meaningful way, and that's really cool.
And the part I took out was the connection they're doing to Portrait of the Graduate as well, which I'm sure you saw when you visited the campus, but there is already a very concerted effort to integrate that as well and into the writing.
I just have,
go ahead,
no question, just a comment since Ms. Carla is here. I am always impressed when I see numbers, data on your school. Thank you for your dedication. Thank you for all the hard work. I was just telling Mr. Foya, look at our numbers. He said, yeah, look at our numbers. Yeah, that's my girl. That's awesome. Thank you.
Thank you so
Thank
much,
you.
Ms. Chapman. Moving on to item G4. It is recommended the revised standing list of out-of-town field trip be approved as submitted.
Right. This is law. I move that we approve it.
All right, so I have a first from Laura. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second. Okay, and so now I'm hoping we'll pass it over to you and have a conversation, or do you want to just vote?
I would like to have a conversation.
Awesome. So I know we're removing an item.
Yes.
And I think it's really valuable that we have parents on the board who have real life experiences. I haven't had a chance to connect with you one-on-one and understand fully why your experience was so pejorative that you feel like we should discontinue services. So I'm open to that, but I just would love to know like what really brought you to that place.
On this field trip?
Yeah,
Or
so this revised list would remove the VT Ranch Camp and Conference Center at Castate, California. Am I crazy that I think you had a bad experience there, right?
Yes.
Okay, sorry, I didn't mean to put you on the spot, but I just was curious.
I brought it up at the last board meeting. I was not very happy with the way a specific staff member there was treating our kids. And it wasn't just one kid. On this field trip, it felt rushed, rude, the yelling, didn't get to visit the gift shop. You know, it's part of the field trip. And the same gal, okay, so let me back up a little bit. When we first got there, the buses parked. They brought a pickup truck, reversed it next to our buses, and they helped unload our ice chest with our student lunches, right? And very happy, threw it on there, drove it up the hill, all to where the eating area was gonna be at. At the end of the field trip, well, during the field trip, we were being rushed from station to station. I shared that there was certain, for gold, washing with the washing board. So the kids got to experience, but it was kind of like, next, okay. And this one particular employee just kept yelling. She was aware that it didn't matter to her if there was parents there or not. She was just being her, I guess. I mean, we all have bad days, and we should be careful about how we talk to other people's kids. After lunch, she just kept yelling at the kids, pick up your trash. If there's something she needs to say to the students, my thing is talk to the teachers. Don't, right? Just like if my son is doing something, come tell me and let me be the parent. Let the teacher be the teacher. But at the end of the trip, she came over and she told one of our teachers, I'm not putting those back on my truck and driving them back down the hill. Mind you, it was just like kind of like a steep hill. She said, you guys need to take care of your stuff and just take it back down the hill. And the teacher just looked at me and I said, I'll watch the kids. Well, we had a bunch of fourth graders and we had a dad there, and why do we have to ask our parents for help with the ice chest? When we first got there, you took them up the dirt road, up the hill. Why not bring them back down? Customer service, right? And I've expressed to Mr. Luque, zero tolerance for anything. Why do we gotta keep giving business to places like this? That's how I feel personally. But again, that's just me.
I like the idea of having high standards, you know, for how our children are treated. I'm a little concerned about micromanaging the decisions made from schools, because this was a school decision of where to take the field trip, right?
Right.
And then we did ask for feedback, and there was somebody that agreed with you, that said that they thought somebody was rude there. I also worry a little bit about saying no for the field trips to be canceled for the rest of the year when the schools have planned that, but I also don't want to tolerate anyone being treated like that. Is there any possibility that we could make contact with them and tell them, can that person please take a day off?
Absolutely. Sorry, Trustee Malial. Yes, I will make contact with the agency and express that we've had 2 experiences where we've had reports of a rude, short staff member, and we would appreciate that if they want to continue business with our district, that they will address that staff member to the degree that they need to address it through their protocols. To your earlier point, I believe we have 4 more schools that scheduled their trip to this destination. This is a field trip destination that aligns to the 4th grade social studies standards for Gold Rush, California Gold Rush. And it's a decision the schools make through their school site council.
And I was going to say something similar. I was going to say that there's a reason that initially this field trip was intended and approved. And having been in administration for a long time, I realize that sometimes you have some single incidents that may not have the high standards that Brooke mentioned. But I do think that those are the responsibilities of administration, like Mr. Lukey said, to check into it, find out if it could be corrected, and not really deny the other students that might benefit from a good experience if the issue is corrected. Because I don't want to discount what Laura was saying either. I mean, she saw it and she had a bad experience. So that deserves, not for the board, I don't believe, that's my opinion, and that's but for administration to, like you did, to check into it and determine whether that might be the best option to take.
And I'm in 100% agreement with Trustee Guerrero Salgado in that we should expect everyone, our staff, our vendors, our partners, anybody that we give dollars to have an excellent standard in terms of how they support our students and treat our people. I would even be willing to continue, if the board allows, continue to survey the schools that are going after, make the phone call. And if we get any more of these types of reports, I mean, it's easy. This will come back again to the board for consideration, and we can work to remove it from that list too. So I believe there was one last week. A school went last week with checking with them, and there's some more coming up, and there's some in the springtime. So we will definitely make sure that they understand the expectations and follow through with whatever the board's direction is this evening, whether it's to continue or not. So the phone call will be made regardless. It's just depending upon what the next steps are.
Has there been any contact?
I've waited until tonight's board meeting on direction. So.
But you did reach out to the principal.
Yes, we surveyed all the schools that attended this year, got the feedback from them. One school echoed the concern of how one staff member was short. I'm making the assumption it's the same person. Everybody said that they would go back again. And it's again, it's one of those, there are a few 4th grade social studies appropriate destinations for the Gold Rush that just has it's unique.
Did the teachers feel like it was a good learning experience?
The feedback was overall positive, yes. I think a couple of examples too where it felt rushed. I have to dig into that. Sometimes our buses may not get there as quickly as we would hope, or things such as that. They got to be back in a certain time period as well. But we can have that conversation too. we can communicate with the vendor what parts of the experience they can leave out in the schedule. That's something that we can convey to them. If there's, certain, not every child's gonna take money for the gift shop, so maybe that's a separate pull-out rather than everybody funneling through there. So we can adjust, again, however the board wishes to do so.
I'm like, in 2 hours, how do you pan for gold, make butter, make a candle, make adobe bricks, learn to live like a settler, learn about rocks and minerals, play Pioneer games in 2 hours? You guys did all of that?
It's a lifetime of
It's a lot of
experience.
stuff.
You're jamming.
That's a lot, that's a lot.
Oh, yeah, I did.
But thank you for bringing that to our attention, though. I appreciate that. I don't want anyone to feel that way on a field trip.
No, and I really appreciate your point of view, because after our meeting, I went home and I was like, if someone had called one of our kids a derogatory name racially, or had made a kid cry, or had been like for me, there are some like hard limits, or if the program was terrible. But I think if there is a way that we can reach out to this business and let them know that there is someone who should not be working with children and families in schools, instead of abandoning the whole program. I don't know, I mean, how do you feel about that? Because I'm like, I really did go home and like think about this. That's why I was like, what happened? Because really,
well, we
I
talk
wasn't
about
there.
professionalism at all time. We expect it from our employees. So if we're taking our kids to this destination, I mean, we're good enough to take our lunches up there, and then at the end, because you're fed up or you're just overwhelmed or it was one too many kids for you, it's kind of like you tell the teacher, like, now you take all those down there?
Yeah.
Come on.
Yeah.
And there was other staff there. The other staff could have just stepped in and said, hey, well, I'll bring in the truck, but nobody says nothing. So again,
Please tell
that's
me
just how I feel. I don't see it as micromanaging anything, but they were aware, because when I got there, they said, okay, who's the teacher? Because they gave the teachers a handkerchief as a part of the field trip. And they said, okay, you're a parent, but she said, you have a badge. And as a courtesy, I always just wear it. And it didn't matter to them if it was a board member. So to me, it's kind of like, so it doesn't matter to you who's here, you're still gonna treat people this way. What does that tell you about that person?
And to be clear too, I didn't think you were micromanaging anyone. I think that's like definitely the appropriate response. I'm just saying, I don't want to micromanage the school site council's decision of how to spend their money.
Well, I guess another question is, what other destination on this list is equivalent to this?
To the fourth grade Gold Rush?
Yeah.
I don't, top of my head, I can't answer that. I don't believe, I'm quickly scrolling through.
Pioneer Village has something similar, but they get filled up because all Kern County goes there. So sometimes it's the availability at times. That could be a possibility sometimes.
Yeah, they have a gold.
Yeah, and as a mom whose kid did like virtual field trips during COVID, like my kid didn't get to go to Camp Keep, we did like the virtual one.
Not the same.
Like,
I
they
was
didn't
like,
go anywhere.
well, I was like, we'll put up a tent and a sleeping bag in your room, and I got a little plastic bag where they like made, the little necklaces with the beads and stuff. The kid was like, no, no, thank you. All right, is there any more discussion?
Then we will call to a vote, and again, we are voting on, it is recommended the revised list of out-of-town field trips be approved as submitted, and the submission is our earlier approved list with the Gold Rush program crossed out. So all those in favor of revising our standing list, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed?
Nay.
Any abstaining? I'm gonna abstain on this one. All right, so the motion does not pass. Moving on to item G5. It is recommended the administrative hearing panel's recommendation be approved. Do I have a motion?
I move for approval.
Trustee DeFoya is our first. Do I have a second?
Second.
Is there any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Moving on to item H, Business Services. We'll begin with a report by our Assistant Superintendent of Business Services, Ms. Sherry Gladden.
Good evening. I have no report this evening. I do have one item under my agenda section for the board's consideration tonight.
Okay, another report.
Can I ask you?
We had the board study
Yes.
session last time.
Yes.
Well, I was,
No, yeah, that one, but
I was gonna ask, like, so I just wanna make sure I totally understood. Between our last board meeting and now, we did move the bus stop.
Yes.
They just don't like the new place.
Yes.
Okay, no, I felt like I missed
Yes.
something.
Yes.
And that's you, right? I'm asking the right person. Okay. I'm not crazy.
The bus stop was moved. That was in consultation with the parents and the family, but there are still some that just want it back where it was before. But that previous bus stop has some conflicts with the high school, junior high, elementary, all using it in the same area and the safety of the previous bus stop. So
I have another stupid question, and you might not be able to answer it. A lot of folks were talking about dogs. Are these stray dogs, or are they dogs in people's yards, or like, do you know what the dog thing is?
I believe they're in the yards. I believe that they're
Speaking to
neighborhood
dogs
dogs.
in the
Yeah.
Okay. I
These
wasn't,
weren't very secure, it sounded like.
Yeah.
okay. Sorry, I just wasn't, that wasn't totally explicitly clear. Those two things were not clear in my brain.
There was a lot of fear for one of the parents, so it sounded like they were outside of their, their turf.
Well, and like out there, like awful plants and cottonwood, like in those dirt areas, there are like dogs just wandering around all the time. But I didn't know is that like really a problem by the bus stop, or anyhow, sorry.
Some of the parents were saying that the fence was so low that the
the
dogs
fence was
that's what
there, okay.
like, three of them said that it was a low fence, they kept saying it, and that they can actually jump over, that was what they had mentioned. But the fence.
That makes sense. Okay, moving on to item H2, it is recommended that the board approve the addition of a crossing guard position at the intersection of A and Bank Street to begin November 2024 to serve the students of Roosevelt Elementary School. Do I have a motion?
I motion to.
A first from trustee Mally Alt. Do I have a second?
I'll second it.
And a second, trustee DeFoy. Is there any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Awesome, we have a crossing guard. Moving on to human resources, beginning with I1, we'll have a report from Assistant Superintendent, Ms. Christine Cornejo.
Thank you. All I have this evening for the board's consideration are the human resources reports for both classified and certificated employees.
So many classifieds on there. You're not going to tell us at all about how your job fair went?
Yes, I would
Tell
love
us.
to. So we had our classified job fair for the fall. That happened on November 2nd on Saturday, a couple of Saturdays ago, and we were able to make offers of employment to 34 special education aides. So we had interviews on site. We had paraprofessional tests happening and math tutoring occurring, and so we're really excited to pick up those 34 employees.
So for those 34, did they pass the para test?
We had 9 who took the test on site and passed, and we rushed them into interviews.
Amazing. That is amazing. Congrats to those 9 people. Okay, moving on to item I2. It is recommended the classified human resource report be approved as submitted. Do I have a motion?
Motion to approve.
I first, I have a second. Is there any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Moving on to item I3, it is recommended the certificated human resources report be approved as submitted. Do I have a motion?
I so move for approval.
Trustee DeFoy is our first. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second from trustee Fuentes. Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes unanimously. Moving on to item J, our board policies. All of our board policies are our first reading this evening. So J1 is revision to the board policy and procedures of the Bakersfield City School District, section 603.24, married, pregnant, parenting students. Any questions on this first policy? Moving on to item J2, revision of board policy and procedures of the Bakersfield City School District, section 601.07, discipline, first reading. Is there any questions on this policy? Moving on to item J3, revisions to the board policy and procedures of the Bakersfield City School District, section 606.15, sex discrimination and sex-based harassment complaint procedures, administrative regulation. Is there any questions? All right, moving on to item K, our consent agenda.
I move to approve the consent agenda.
I'll second it.
Is there any discussion?
Yes.
Okay.
I was gonna move to approve all but 4, but only because I wanted to talk about it and potentially table it. I'm sorry, not 4.
9.
9, I'm sorry. I would like a little more accountability with the Reach for Greatness contract. I have been asking a lot of questions about it, and I do, we definitely need the vendor fair. We need that to happen. I'm just a little curious about the mentors being paid $100 an hour, which there was a breakdown for that. I just feel like I need more information because teachers get paid $44 an hour, and we don't know what the requirements are. I do realize from the conversations I've had that this is a mentoring group for like our toughest students, so we don't want to just leave them. I would like to see a little bit more of an accountability measure within the program to see if it's successful. So I do want to approve it. I did speak with Mr. Luque, and he said it was okay if we ended up maybe tabling it, but he also sent the data showing it wasn't average, so it was hard to tell, but it looked like there were some improvements for attendance. I don't think that that's necessarily cause and effect because of that program. Obviously, we have a lot of other attendance improvement initiatives in the district right now, but it wasn't very clear, and there also wasn't enough data to conclude if it was effective or not because it was basically last year and this year. And then as I looked over the information, the numbers had varied greatly on how many students were mentored. I just feel like I want to be accountable. I want to be really careful with our money moving forward. We're going into times we're going to have to be very mindful of our money, and just because something's a community grant or ESSER funds, I just want to be very cautious with it. I realize it's not the same as a general fund and we can't allocate that money for something else. I just want to hold ourselves a little bit more accountable to, is this program being effective, like from here on out? Like find better ways to track it. So
I had a specific question following up on that, if that's okay. I was looking on the slide from your superintendent's report about the school social workers, specifically with interventions for attendance. Is one of the like referrals to put those kids into mentorship programs, or is this like a different, like how do those things I know, but I don't understand how they intertwine, I don't know. Like I understand how a student would be referred for like behavioral services or attendance services. I don't totally understand how students are like sent to, and who, wherein, it's probably maybe the chart's not the right place to capture it, but like garden pathways and like Reach for Greatness, like where do we, you know what I'm asking?
Yes.
Okay,
So in this report here, the only school where you would potentially have a duplication or a crossover of service is Emerson, because Emerson's the only middle school that has a BHT. Our three other community schools are elementary: King, Hills, and McKinley. This is why it's so imperative that schools, and Dr. Fulmer, you can come up here too, and you can chime in. It's so imperative that schools have a structured MTSS process, their multi-tier system support, because they are triaging. Now, in addition to the work of district staff with the community schools grant, we partner with CAP-K, Garden Pathways. There are case management supports at all of our community schools as well, because there's just such an intensified need. What we've seen traditionally, and again, the mentoring agreement with Reach for Greatness goes back, I think, to 2014 or 16.
You said like 30 years the other day.
Well, under my experience, it started way back when we were really trying to make a call for mentors, because some of our hardest to reach kids simply were not engaging with school staff at varying degrees. And so It's hard also to quantify metrics of improvement because all of these kids who walk into a mentoring structure already have data showing they need this elevated amount of support. So, whether it be, in some cases, it's disengagement, which leads to poor attendance. In some cases, it's, not necessarily bad behaviors. It's, I'm just disengaged and I don't really have an adult relationship on campus that draws me into school. In some cases, it is some disciplinary things that needs another layer of support. We have kids who just struggle to trust individuals in our school system at varying layers. Even our ASSWs who do a tremendous job, our LCSWs, our youth services specialists, but the need is immense. And so I am open and we will track and monitor every metric, every data point. The contract construct was $100 an hour because it's been that way since 16. Don't know if that's a good excuse or not. And then I gave the board through an update the breakdown of cost, and sent the update this morning on what the data tracked last year for the 71 students who were mentored. And again, part of our challenge with mentoring as we try to seek outside partners is, and we talked about this at the study session, a lot of people want to say they want to help schools, but a lot of people don't follow through with that structure. And so it's an ongoing dilemma of how do we support kids who are tough to crack through, break through, also have an arm into the community for support, because again, and I don't think this is a surprise, we have staff members who will not go into certain parts of our community.
That's crazy.
And so we leverage that partnership to engage with those families.
I just want to know specifically, like, who is working with them. An additional concern I had was when I spoke to someone that was a mentor for that was not even close to the rate that they had received. So I would actually just like to check the books on that too, if that's possible, just to make sure. I just want to be more accountable. And again, we don't have another option right now, so I do want this to go through. I just was hoping to maybe discuss some options of how we could do that. And you're right, like, data tracking is probably not the best way to do that, but I want to, number one, know who the mentors are. Are they getting paid that full amount? I feel like we should have a higher standard again, because teachers are making $44 an hour for project pay. And it's not comparable entirely, but I don't think we should continue to put money in the same places without putting in safeguards to check that it's doing something. And I'm sure it is. I'm positive it is doing something, but I want to be more cautious, and I just want to be careful with how we're spending our money.
I think, and I mentioned last time this contract came up, actually, I think it was last year that Mr. Curzales came and brought us, I had asked for some data, and he brought us some qualitative, like, anecdotal stories about the students that were, like, really beautiful, right? Yeah. But it was challenging, like what you just said to me. I would love if he would literally track how many meetings he has with parents, or how many times he goes to a house, or how many, because I bet those things are tremendous, but it's not tracked anywhere. So it makes it like, I appreciate the way that you articulated that, because I'm thinking back to his report where he would say this student, was at risk of being in a gang, but also was very shy. So our role of mentoring this student was getting them to ask questions and advocate for themselves. This kid had a lot of violent incidents. So this kid, it was about, like, bringing down their anger. So those are hard things to put in numbers and quantify. But for me, like, I mean, it's not, I guess for one of the reasons I'm a little sympathetic to this conversation is I asked before for some kind of, like, record keeping, even if it came from the district, and we still are kind of, this is what we do, this is what we've done, we don't have a better option.
I don't think this is a bad program. I just wish on paper it was a little more substantial.
Perhaps if we had some kind of a quarterly report and maybe some data that they could share, that would give us a better understanding of what's
And
going on.
you mentioned last meeting, Dr. Cruz, that it's not fair to ask them to come up with it because we never have. But I think
Right.
it's good moving forward to have something like that. Another thing that I had a question about was some of the language on the contract. Oh, first off, it did say that they provided a summary at the end of every year, but I didn't see one provided by them.
Yeah,
Okay,
Yeah.
maybe I missed that one.
I can
But the
resend
other
it.
thing too, some of the language was vague about some of their events. I do think that the pricing on the events, even though it is free community services, were appropriate. It was like 2,000 an event, and it's a lot to get people together. So I did like that. It was more the mentoring that I had questions on for the accountability. But the way some of the wording where it said up to 20 events, so I didn't know, maybe sometimes there were, the number wasn't 20, but like what if there were 2? You know what I mean? I just want more exact language to make sure that I understand fully what's happening here.
We pay per event, right?
We pay per event.
It wasn't 20, but the language was just vague.
Tim, go ahead.
Yeah, it's written that way to pay per event, so it's not
Okay.
just here's a flat rate. That's why the pricing is in there.
Right. But you're
So
not gonna
that-
get 2, and then it was very vague, saying like up to this many events.
Well, we're not gonna pay for things that didn't happen.
Okay.
That-
It
that's
sounded
the-
like it was possible in the wording, is
Well,
what I'm saying.
so-
Yeah, well, our intent is we don't wanna pay for things that don't happen.
Sure.
And there's, like one year, there was like a rain out of an event that happened because it just started pouring rain. Like, we don't wanna pay for things that.
And then we'll say like up to 20, that means that we won't go,
We won't go above
whatever
that.
company
Okay.
won't
I think
go
it's
over
8.
that.
I just wanted to clarify.
But we-
Yeah.
Yeah,
It's not
last
to
year we
exceed 8
did-
events, 2 hours per event.
We
That's
did,
2,000 per event.
he did so many events, but then he ended up doing additional events, so we had to pay him again because that wasn't in the initial contract. So I'm assuming that's why it's a little broader now, because I was like, why are we giving him more? Like, I didn't,
Those are assemblies.
yeah, I was like, I don't love paying people after the fact for work that we did in contract beforehand.
But we share the accountability concern that we only wanna pay for what's actually happening. We don't wanna pay for things that don't happen.
Yeah, for sure.
And I can resend last end of year's report. I actually pulled it up today when I was working to respond to the question that you sent me.
Yeah, I mean, I would be willing to approve it. I just want to, I do want to take a look at the qualifications of the individuals again. And just have some sort of system to track the outcome, and then also to check that the mentors are receiving that pay.
Okay. We can certainly validate the mentor pay, check on the quals of the mentors,
Just what's
provide the
process?
provide the board with the summaries who the mentors are, and request summaries of student progress.
Yeah, it's just an ongoing program, and
Yeah.
I feel like it's our job to stop sometimes, and I'm just doing this as a new board member. I know it's a great program, and I know that those students need it. It's just that I think every now and then we need to stop and ask those questions.
All great questions. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Any other questions on the consent agenda? All right, all those in favor of the consent agenda?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? All right, we move on to adjournment. It is recommended the meeting be adjourned. Do I have a first?
This is Laura.
Laura is our first. Do I have a second?
I second.
Second, is there any discussion? All those in favor of adjourning?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? We're adjourned at 9:25. Ooh.